Good evening, and welcome to the March 14th, 2019 School Board meeting. This meeting is now in session. Please stand while our Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Center, pace. Forward, arch.
Thank you. Please be seated. Tonight we have three recognitions. First, I am pleased to introduce Delegate Patrick Hope, who has a special resolution to present concerning one of our outstanding teachers. I'm going to ask him to come to the podium. And while Delegate Hope comes to the podium, I'm going to invite my board colleagues to join me in the front row.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the school board. It's a pleasure to be here under these circumstances and this occasion. My name is Delegate Patrick Hope, and I represent the 47th District. It's a pleasure to be here to honor one of Virginia's finest teachers. And during this past session, the House of Delegates and the Senate concurring passed a resolution celebrating this occasion, commending Timothy Wyatt Cotman, Jr. to my right. And House Resolution 1018. And I'd like to read some of the whereases so you can get a little flavor of the accomplishments and achievements of Mr. Cotman and why we're so proud to honor him today. Whereas Timothy Wyatt Cotman, Jr., an Equity and Excellence Coordinator with English teacher at Thomas Jefferson Middle School in Arlington, won the Region 4 Teacher of the Year Award. And whereas while working on his teacher licensure and master's degree, Tim Cotman was employed as a Minority Achievement Coordinator for Arlington Public Schools, his work focuses on helping to create a more equitable learning environment for students, which he considers his greatest accomplishment and contribution to education. And whereas early in Mr. Cotman's career, he co-facilitated workshops for teachers on culturally affirming teacher strategies, and he was instrumental in APS's Cultural Competencies Initiative, through which the entire staff was trained in effective and appropriate communication with people of other cultures. And whereas Tim Cotman's leadership is evident in and outside the classroom, he works behind the scenes to increase the number of diverse participants in back-to-school nights, and has increased participation of internal and external groups that bolster engagement of students, communities of color, and English language learners. And whereas Tim Cotman has set up partnerships to provide robotics, soccer, character development, literacy, martial arts, and conflict resolution programming at his school. And whereas Mr. Tim Cotman is a tremendous asset as a tenacious educator who both challenges and motivates student and adult learners to consider their own social constructs regarding race and identity, and imparts thought-provoking training, workshops, lessons, and dialogue around racial and social justice and injustice. Now therefore, be it resolved by the House of Delegates, the Senate concurring, that the General Assembly hereby commend Timothy Wyatt Cotman Jr., an Equity and Excellence Coordinator and English teacher at Thomas Jefferson Middle School in Arlington, for winning the Region 4 Teacher of the Year Award. And be it resolved further that the Clerk of the House of Delegates prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Timothy Wyatt Cotman Jr. as an expression of the General Assembly's admiration for his dedication to students and for his dedication to education. It's co-patroned by the entire Arlington delegation. So really, it's on behalf of the entire delegation and the entire Virginia General Assembly that we honor your commitment today to education and celebrate your achievements to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm going to invite the principal of Jefferson Middle School, Keisha Bogan, to join us up here, as well as my board colleagues for a photo. And while they're coming up, I'll just tell a little story that when we all assembled at Jefferson that morning to announce and surprise Tim that he had been selected as Arlington's Teacher of the Year, which is typically done well before the school day starts. He actually wasn't there because he was in the hospital welcoming the arrival of his brand new baby daughter. So it was kind of a double surprise for all of us. So congratulations again, Patrick. Thank you for engineering this resolution from your folks in Richmond. Back on the front row. Congratulations again to Tim Cotman, and thank you again to Delegate Hope for joining us tonight. And our next recognition will be presented by Suyapa Marquez of Dominion Energy to one of our students who wrote an outstanding essay. Ms. Marquez, there you are. Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here from Dominion Energy, and we have been doing a Strong Men and Women in Virginia honoring of 7 honorees for the past, it'll be 30 years next year. And along with that, we honor 7 African Americans who have really forged the way for the generation that was before them and for the future. Along with that, we have an essay contest where we ask high school students to answer a certain prompt. So the prompt that needed to be answered was, the strong men and women in Virginia history honorees strive to combat inequalities in the world around them. Fannie W. Fitzgerald was a pioneer in desegregating public schools as a teacher. Reverend Loris A. Davies has worked to bring affordable health care and public transportation to his community. Kwame Alexander established his own press to publish underrepresented authors. What does equality mean to you? Which honoree embodies that definition for you? How can you embody that definition in your life now and in the future? The winner for this region was Erica Garcia, who is a junior at Washington Lee High School. And if I may read her last paragraph, it states, "In the world, there are sheep and there are shepherds. Sheep will go along with whatever is happening, even if it leads to their downfall. But the shepherds are there to steer the sheep in the right direction. Throughout history, we have had shepherds guide their people or countries to make changes that in the end benefit the majority. It is my wish to become the shepherd who will help guide people to true equality in our society." Out of 75 essays in this region, we selected Erica Garcia as our winner. And she received a MacBook Air, and the school received $1,000 to use for their use. Erica and family, would you come up? Our program officially was held February the 7th, where she received her laptop. She had the opportunity to read her essay in front of 500 people, and the school received their check. But this is just another little token, and it's the photos, and it's the CD of the whole event, and I hope that you would enjoy. Congratulations. Did you want to say something? You're good? Together? No? Are we taking? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez, and congratulations, Erica, on your outstanding achievement. And now we will have our annual Celebration of Arts in the Schools Month. Pam Farrell, the Arts Education Supervisor, will present the recognition. Pam?
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Murphy, executive leadership team, and guests. In Arlington, we consider every month Arts Month, but specifically March is the recognized month nationally where we celebrate the arts. This month, you will see performances happening throughout the county. A few to highlight. We opened the month with our Signature in the Schools program, which some of you were able to attend. And then on March 4th, we hosted the annual Scholastics Art Awards ceremony at Washington Lee. Dr. Murphy attended, and we had over 500 student artists at the event awarded and recognized for their talent. And that show is on display till March 31st at the Central Library. The Junior Honors Concert for Band Orchestra and Middle School Honors Chorus will be at Kenmore on Tuesday, March 19th at 7 o'clock. I would also like to recognize my colleagues, all of the arts teachers in the schools, for the outstanding work they do for students each day, and my team in the central office, Allison, Kelly, and Chris. Tonight, in celebration of March's Arts in the Schools Month, we will have a short snapshot of some of the arts around our schools, and then followed by a student performance.
Come alive, go and light your light, let it burn so bright, reaching up to the sky, and it's open wide, you're electrified, and the world becomes a fantasy, and you're more than you could ever be, 'cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. And you know you can't go back again to the world that you were living in, 'cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. So come alive.
So tonight, I have the honor of introducing our theater students from Yorktown under the direction of Miss Carol Cadby. They will be performing a scene from Mamma Mia, which was an incredible success. They had over 2,400 people in the audience. It included a cast and crew of 200 students, staff, and parents, and their inimitable principal, Bridget Loft. Here is Mamma Mia.
I tell you, Bill, I've never had this much fun in years. Exactly. Oh, it's been a blast. I know.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Sophie, Donna's daughter. I'll leave you to be acquainted.
Thank you. So, you're Donna's daughter.
Yes.
I thought you looked familiar. Sophie, Sophia.
Oh, it's just Sophie.
No. Sophia's the Greek. I had a great aunt, Sophia.
I'm named after a Sophia.
Oh, hey, where's Donna? You know I'd love to see her and thank her for the invitations.
Oh, no, you can't. It's a secret.
I sent the invitations. Mom doesn't know.
But why?
Oh, well, Mom's always talking about her friends from the old days, and I thought she'd be thrilled if I invited you all.
But she's got herself in such a state about this wedding. Mention unexpected guests and she'll hyperventilate.
So, Sophie, what you're telling me is that Donna didn't send me an invitation?
No, she didn't. So pretend you're here for a holiday. She'll get a lovely surprise when she sees you at my wedding, and we can let her in on the secret.
But, Sophie...
Mother says I was a dancer before I could walk. She says I began to sing long before I could talk.
And I've often wondered, how did it all start? Who found out that nothing can capture a heart like a melody can? Well, whoever it was, I'm a fan. So I say thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing.
Who can live without it? I ask in all honesty. What would life be without a song or dance? What are we? So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me. Sophie, look, I don't want to ruin your lovely little surprise, but the last time that I saw your mother, she said she never wanted to see me again. So if you're the one who sent the invitations, I'm still banned.
But that was years ago, and
I want you here.
Why, Sophie?
Because it's my wedding, and I want us all to be friends.
You're a little minx. And you're worse than your mother. I'm glad you haven't met my boys.
Your boys? You have sons?
Yeah, I've got two. I'd love to bring them here someday.
Like you used to bring my mother.
I've been so lucky. I am the girl with golden hair. I wanna sing it out to everybody. What a joy, what a life, what a chance.
Thank you for the music, the songs I'm singing. Thanks for all the joy they're bringing. Who can live without it? I ask in all honesty. What would life be without a song or dance? What are we? So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me. So I say thank you for the music, for giving it to me.
Okay. Ta-da!
Bill! Hey, hi! How long has it been? Hello?
It's been a couple years.
Hi.
You.
Yeah, me. And Bill.
Yeah.
Harry couldn't make it.
No.
Yeah, but we're just coming around to see some.
Sophie,
We just wanted to say hi.
I was cheated by you, and I think you know when. So I made a let you go. I'm dreaming you aren't really here.
I mean, would you like me to pinch you?
Keep your hands to yourself.
Gee, you've changed your tune.
Bill, what the hell are you doing here?
I'm doing a piece for a magazine.
That's wonderful. I'm happy for you.
I just thought I'd drop in and say hi.
Well, I would love to stop and chew over old times, but I've really got to go clean out my purse. I've got to go.
Paige cannot wither her.
No, my friend, she is still Donna.
That's my mom.
Mamma mia,
Here I go again. My, how can I resist ya? Mamma mia, does it show again? My, just how much I miss ya. Yes, I've been broken hearted. Blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go? Mamma mia, now I really know. My, I should not have let you go.
Don't go away. We're going to need a picture. That was great. Always great to open a meeting with a toe tapper. Carol, thank you very much. You're going to come up and join us for a photo? The second curtain call?
Oh, fantastic. I'd love to see you. Yes, that's a great show.
Which one's the best one, honestly?
The best one? You're all good.
Oh, you don't want to say it.
You say Fred Rogers, because that's my girl.
And thank you all for celebrating the arts in APS with us. I think I heard that they had 2,400 people total for those performances of Mamma Mia. I was one of them, and so I was happy to be able to enjoy it again here this evening. I'll put in a little plug for their one-person shows on March 23rd between 2 and 10 p.m. in the Black Box at Yorktown High School. It's free, and they are written, directed, and acted by the Theater 4 students there. And we are now at announcements. On March 18th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee will meet at 2 p.m. in the Board Conference Room. On March 22nd, we will hold a Committee of the Whole meeting at 8 a.m. in our conference room. And on March 23rd, we will hold a School Board retreat from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Wakefield High School, room C-116. Excuse me. There will also be several budget work sessions in the next few weeks. Dr. Murphy will share those dates in his announcements. And board members, do you have any items to announce? Anybody here? Nancy?
Good evening, everybody. I meant to bring the book with me. I had a book that I brought from Crown Springs. I had the opportunity to go to the Reading is Fundamental distribution this morning that was sponsored by Nestle, and I got to watch the third graders at Crown Springs all select 3 books. And it was a lot of fun because many of the books were books I had read when I was a child. and all of the kids had a great time picking them out, and we're very lucky to have a sponsor like Nestle that funds RIF in Northern Virginia that allows those books to be given to students. And the great thing is that those books are not only read by the students, but by their siblings and also by their families. So it was a really, really fun event, and I had an opportunity to walk around in all the classrooms and look at the kids reading them and doing activities with them. So I want to let you all know about that. Those programs are alive and well in our school system, and congratulations to Crown Springs for a great event.
Okay, anyone else? Board members? Announcements? All right, I have some announcements about my liaison schools. Kenmore Middle School is proud to announce that 8th grade student Andrea Roca earned an award of merit at the state level for her entry in the PTA Reflections Contest. Kenmore is also proud to announce that 7 wrestlers took first place in the recent county wrestling meet. This is the most county champs Kenmore has had than anyone can recall. So congratulations to Carlin Springs PE teacher coach Mark Keith for his hard work with the team. And finally, Kenmore's silent auction is online and runs through March 30th with many great items up for bid, and thanking everyone in advance for their support. At Oak Ridge Elementary School, as part of National Reading Month, Reading is Fundamental, the organization, Reading is Fundamental, and Nestle volunteers will read aloud to Oak Ridge students and will give students books and gifts for the students to take home, and that's going to happen tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. in the Oak Ridge Library. And at Campbell Elementary School, they did a community book club this fall for upper grade students. They'd purchased the book Wolf Hollow for families in English or in Spanish, and they held a Title I family engagement evening to discuss the book, and then students completed personalized project around the book. Well, this spring, they are replicating the community book club with younger students using a book from the Zapato Power series by Jacqueline Jules, a local Latina author. And the author will be visiting Campbell in April. And no more announcements from the board. Dr. Murphy, would you like to share your announcements and updates with us?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I'm going to first start with an event that is coming up, our annual APS Instructional Recruitment Fair that's going to be held on Saturday, March the 23rd at Wakefield High School, and there will be a whole team of our principals and staff out sponsoring that. It's led by our Human Resources Department, and we want to encourage candidates that folks may know in the community, either here that live locally or in the region, to come out for this event. We're encouraging folks to bring along with them 2 copies of their resume, a copy of a teacher license or certificate, or proof of eligibility, and that would be a transcript in nature or a letter from your college or university. You can go to our website and you can get a lot more details. There's no need to register, but you may want to prepare by going to the website and gleaning some of the information that is there. I will tell you, we do very well with this event. We get sometimes over 600 individuals that come out for the day. And so we want to welcome those folks and have them find out a little bit about Arlington Public Schools and encourage them to explore the possibilities of growing their career here with us. We've got a number of community workshops that are coming up about our transportation service review this spring, and you can see they're scattered here through the month of March and April at Wakefield, Yorktown, W&L, and at Henry. And what the purpose of these work sessions or workshops are going to be is to inform the community of some of the updates with APS transportation policies and procedures, as well as help identify efficiencies in our system as we manage the resources and meet the growing needs of our school division. The bus transportation service review is being led by our Department of Multimodal Transportation and Kristen Haldeman. And so we'd like to invite folks out for this community engagement so they can help us plan as our school division grows, but also we make our transportation system much more efficient. And there is a URL there where you can visit and find out more information about that. Arlington Public Schools, in partnership with the Arlington Special Education PTA, is sponsoring a screening of Intelligent Lives, and that's going to be on Saturday, March the 30th. This is a award-winning film by Dan Habib, comes Intelligent Lives. It's a catalyst to transform the label of intelligent disabilities from a life sentence of isolation of life and possibilities. Intelligent Lives stars 3 pioneer young American adults with intellectual disabilities who challenge our perceptions of intelligence as they navigate high school, college, and the workforce. And we're very happy to sponsor this with the SEPTA PTA organization. There will also be a panel that will follow the viewing of the film that will include parents, self-advocates, therapeutic rec programmers, and an APS principal and an APS transition coordinator. You can go online, and we've also provided the URL there to our Parent Resource Center to register, and this is a free event. So we thank both SEPTA and we thank the folks in our Parent Resource Center for sponsoring this activity. We've got our 8th annual APS Color of Leadership Conference coming up, and this year it's going to be a combined conference on Saturday, March the 30th, and the theme for our students who are participating, and this is at the middle school level, is This Is Me, and it's to acknowledge and celebrate the differences of all of our students, but it's also to highlight and dovetail the theme of the conference around the profile of the Virginia graduate, because it's getting students to begin to explore careers in the various fields, and also engage them in career and professional focus and personal growth. And we've had a lot of success with this, especially with our middle school students. I also want to thank the middle school staff who come out and support this conference. And we've got equally a number of students as we do staff out for this, and we are in the neighborhood of anywhere from 200 to 250 students that participate in this Saturday event. We also have on April 6th coming up an annual event that's Dream, Explore, and Create Your Own Path. And this is for secondary students. And again, repeating on a theme here that you've seen, we are designing this year's event around the profile of the graduate and the 5 C's of citizenship, collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and communication. Again, we're encouraging folks to register for this. We usually have very strong registration and also attendance, so you can go and register online, and we've been running an average of about 400 registrants coming out and participating, and it's been a very rewarding event, and I think we've gotten some good feedback, and as a result, the event continues to grow. I want to thank Pam Farrell and also all of our fine arts teachers for celebrating arts in APS this month. This has been going on here, started back in 1961, and the emphasis and the value of arts in education. I also just want to highlight that we still have a few weeks left in the month, and there are several more events that are coming up, as well as school-based performances, so you may want to visit our website to find out about those. I just want to highlight 2. On March 19th, we're going to be celebrating IB Art Exhibition at the W&L Little Theater, and then on March 30th, we have an apprentice showcase and art exhibit, which is going to be at the Shirlington Library. And again, thank you to Pam and all of our folks who have been instrumental in this year's Arts in the School Month. We celebrate our social workers this month, and the theme here is Social Workers Elevate Social Work. They play an integral part in our system of supporting the whole child, as well as making sure that we have sound social, emotional, and academic base for all of our students. So we want to recognize these folks, the work they do, and spotlight their profession this month and thank them. It's hard to believe we're coming up here on the end of the 3rd grading period on March the 29th. We're just highlighting some important dates. April 1 will be a grade prep day. We're also highlighting that April 15th through the 19th, we're celebrating spring break, and you can expect report cards for secondary students to arrive home on April the 10th, and then for elementary on April the 25th. I pretty typically highlight also for principals in a Monday morning message to them where we are in the grading period and, encouragement that they can offer to students. And I just want to encourage families to do the same. We've got, just a little bit of time left here in the third quarter, but it is good time to either brush up and get those final assignments in or prepare for the end of the grading period tests. But we've got just one quarter left after that. It's hard to believe we're 75% of the way through the school year. And I just want to thank everyone. It's been a very rewarding year to this point, and we've got a number of celebrations and graduations and transitions that'll be coming up here as we wrap up the school year. I will periodically also update folks as far as where we are with summer school registration. We've got a pair of deadlines coming up here on Friday, April the 6th. And the first is Fun with Coding, and also elementary and middle school outdoor lab programs. You can go online and also see what some of the other pending dates are. I know we just recently had parent-teacher conferences, both at the middle and elementary school level, and we encourage folks to talk to them about many of our summer programs so students can begin to take advantage of those. But as we roll through the spring, I'll be sharing some of the other upcoming pending deadlines so families can be aware of that. We are in the midst of budget season here, and going back to February 28th, I presented my proposed budget. Since that time, we've had 2 work sessions, and we are coming up on a third here on March the 19th. Significant to that, on the next school board meeting, March the 28th, we will have a public hearing on my proposed budget. The school board then will be proposing its budget on April the 11th. That will be then followed by a county joint school and county board meeting the following day on April the 12th. There's also the May the 4th is the public hearing on the school board's budget, and then we move to adoption on May the 9th. 2 other important dates that I think our community should be aware of, and that is the public hearing on the Arlington County's setting of the tax rate, and so that is on April the 4th, and then the county adopts its budget on April the 23rd. That's when it sets the tax rate and then moves forward with adopting its budget. So we're still probably only 25% of the way through the budget season. We've got a number of work sessions yet to move through, but one of the things I want to encourage folks is to stay involved and stay connected. We do live stream our work sessions, so if you're not able to come out to the meeting here at the Syfax Education Center, you may tune in and see that streamed live and participate in that way. All right, I just want to update the board as where we are in relationship to the action plan. I'll move through the 4 main groups of topics that some of our work is centered around, and that all relates or ties back to our strategic plan. So the first has to do with new policies and policy revisions. This has been a priority for the board as well as staff, and as you can see as a result of that, we have moved through either reviewed or updated or adopted a good set of policies this year. Tonight, the board has on consent several policies that have to do with school board, also purchasing, and you can also see that we have a number slated through the remainder of the year. So I know this has been one of the board's priorities, and staff has been supporting that. And so I think we're moving along in a very positive and good fashion. We also have had several work sessions on policies, and I'm going to ask Dr. Natras to lead us through these next set of slides and talk a little bit about where we are with policies that have to do with equity, inclusion, and for our transgender students. So, Dr. Natras.
So we, as Dr. Murphy has said, had our work session for the 3 policies listed here back in February. For the equity and inclusion policies, we're in a place where we need to come to consensus on what that might look like as a community. Will we have an equity policy or an inclusion policy? Both? Will one fold into the other? So we're now in a place where we need to start considering what that will look like. We are also working on our transgender students and gender nonconforming students PIP to go with our non-discrimination policy. So we already have the non-discrimination policy. We have started the drafting process. We actually met last week with a team of teachers and counselors and administrators to start drafting the policy implementation procedures for that specific topic.
All right, and if you wouldn't mind also covering options and transfers in relationship to some of the things that have happened recently with the lottery as well as boundary changes.
Yes, so we have moved through the secondary lotteries and have gone through the first cycle of offering all of the seats. Families are accepting or declining seats for our various programs, and we will continue that cycle for our option schools throughout the course of the year. For our transfers, we will have wait lists through May 1st. Our elementary applications for option schools are open through April 15th at 4 p.m., and we are not currently doing any elementary neighborhood transfers for the 2019-20 school year. If there are situations where appeals may be considered, the details for the appeals are available on our website. The link is provided there, and they are submitted in writing to Cynthia Johnson. And you can see that families will receive a written acknowledgement of the appeal. However, no decisions will be made until after the lottery process is completed.
And I think one of the things we're cognizant of here as boundaries adjust and sort of settle out, we are also looking at if there are opportunities and families do want to appeal, there's the possibility of waitlisting, and then based on what the enrollments look like, there could be possible adjustments. I guess I just want to highlight that in the event there are no guarantees, but if families choose to exercise their right to an appeal, we will look at those options based how the enrollment turns out. And then the last one that I'll just highlight or ask you to highlight, Dr. Natras, is around the pre-K-12 instructional program pathways. We did have a work session on this earlier this winter, but if you could just give us a little bit of a snapshot update where we are at this point.
Yes, so we will continue this work through March with our staff and school representatives. We have recruited through the PTAs, our ambassadors, and our principals, one representative from every school in APS. We have also recruited from the ACI, BAC, and FAC to have representatives who are thinking about budget, thinking about instruction, thinking about facilities with all of our school representatives. We have a meeting slated with that group next week, and then following that, we will be working through a draft of the pre-K-12 IPP, as we like to call it, Instructional Program Pathways, and we'll have a community questionnaire based on that draft from April 8th through April 26th. We will also have a community meeting, as you can see here, on April 30th at 7 p.m. at Kenmore Middle School, so people who want to come and hear about the work and provide their input on the work that is slated for the end of April. We will take all of that input back to a staff team in May, and then we'll bring the draft of the work forward to the school board in June.
All right, very good. Moving on, talking a little bit about capital initiatives. One of the projects here, the Education Center REACH project, is underway, and you can see all the meetings that were led by the BLPC and PFRC through the first part of September up until January. Tonight, we're going to be taking action, or the board is going to be taking action on an early demolition package as we begin that process. Also, the completion of the design development phase in May, and then bringing that to the county board for the use permit. I have highlighted in previous announcements just where we are with the series of buildings that we're bringing online for next year: Fleet Elementary, the Dorothy Ham Middle School, the Heights Building, also the Henry and Drew refresh, and then the Career Center. And so we'll encourage folks to go to the website and then use the A to Z listing to go to design and construction. And we are continuing to update that website as far as what the progress is with each of the projects and how each one of those is moving along. I will say, or we've been sharing, that each of these projects is moving along with the exception of the Dorothy Ham Middle School site. That project was started a little bit later. It is a much smaller project than some of these others. But because of the weather, there have been delays that could not be adjusted. So while the school will open, it will open with the existing footprint of the Stratford building. And then as we probably move into the fall and make some accommodations, we'll be able to receive the whole building. The reality is, though, the principal is making plans and we'll be able to accept all of the students. And so we think we'll continue to work with her. It's unfortunate the rain has caused these delays, and hopefully we're going to see a change in the weather here very shortly. Finally, this evening, in regards to the Career Center, I know there were questions about that. I believe 2 meetings ago, we've got a monitoring item that we're going to be able to provide some more detail about all of that later this evening. And then finally, I'll just encourage folks to continue to use Engage as a resource. We are populating the Engage website with a lot of this information, updates, as well as responses to questions. So you can get a lot of information there and a lot of those questions answered. And I just thank everyone for utilizing that and leveraging that as a way for us to communicate. And that's all I have this evening. Mr. Goldstein?
Thank you very much, Dr. Murphy. Board members, do you have questions? Nancy?
Thank you. Dr. Murphy, I wanted to point out that the policy committee that the superintendent has, interdisciplinary policy committee, has also put up on the Engage website the school board policies tab. So if anyone wants to know what policies are coming up that we're considering and they want to provide input, they can just go to that and look and see what's scheduled and provide input right now.
Right.
So I wanted to make sure that we say that so that people are aware that that calendar's up. We're being transparent about it. We're going to have to move through these quickly. There are a lot of policies. Some of them will come up for information and then they'll be on consent. So we want to make sure everybody knows that they're there.
Good.
The other question I had is clarity on the wait lists. So we have said the wait lists go until May 1st. And we've also said that there are no transfers at elementary. Correct me if I'm wrong, I just think this is confusing to people. If you wish to transfer, even though they aren't accepting transfers, you can put your name in and appeal that. And then if there's room, come May 1st, it could be decided you could go to that school if there was room, depending on what's there.
Right.
So it's not that people can't put their name into a wait list at a school. They could, but right now there are no transfers being taken. But if there's room,
Right.
you could take them. You may take them.
Right.
And even if there's a wait list, and it's a long wait list, or you don't know where you are on it, or you just want to go to that school,
Yeah.
you can still put your name on that wait list. And on May 1st, by May 1st, they will roll through those wait lists. And on so if I put my name in for a school that's not accepting a wait list, will I
Accepting
know?
transfers, you mean?
Accepting transfers. Well, but we've been told there's no transfers to some schools.
Right,
So
right.
this is what's confusing.
Right.
So for example, Long Branch, let's use a real life one.
Okay.
In my neighborhood, people want to go to that school. They can, even though there's no transfer to that school, they can write into,
Cynthia Johnson, right there.
okay, great. So they're asking for an appeal.
That's what I think folks need to do.
So then,
That way you're documented.
and then by May 1st, you would know whether or not you can
Right.
go there.
Right. That way you're documented. She can inform you that you can go on the wait list. And then from that point on, we can move forward. My advice to folks is, if you want to consider it,
Put your name in.
put your name in.
That's what I'm trying to encourage. This
Yeah.
isn't,
If you don't put your name in, there's no chance of getting a transfer.
one is just put your name in via that mechanism if you want to be considered to be able to go, and the decisions will be made by May 1st.
Right.
Just want to make it simple and really clear that it's not that there are none. There might be if there's room, so put your name in.
Right.
Sorry, I'm just,
It's okay.
I want to be really clear with people because we keep
Yeah,
getting asked that question.
I think we just have to be also clear, right now, there is not space. Yeah.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions, clarifications on the announcements from Dr. Murphy? No? Okay, thank you very much. And we are now at the consent portion of the agenda. Board members have requested that 2 consent items, item C2, personnel, and item C14, personnel action FY19-02, be removed from consent. And we'll act on each of these items immediately following consent. So before we vote, I understand we do have a speaker on a consent item, so I will now review our speaker guidelines. The board welcomes public comment and allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you would like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. And so if you're speaking on this item, you need to get that speaker slip in right now. Speakers are called in the order in which they sign up. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there is a timer to help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker begins, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer, when the buzzer sounds. Currently, the board is exploring updating these guidelines to include direction to ensure all speakers are understood regardless of their native language. For now, if a speaker addresses the board in a language other than English and an interpreter is present, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate the comments for the board. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, which we encourage, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board, and we ask the audience to refrain from applauding, as that takes time away from our speakers. Would you call the speakers, please?
Sir, we have one speaker, Lisa Blackwell.
This is the diversity report. What I noticed when I read this report, well, that's what you guys have up on the thing right now, but I thought it was going to be the, yes. See, that's not what you currently have on your screen, but that is the one I wanted, so, okay, thank you. So my comment on professional learning is that I would ask that, and I did read the bullet that was provided, is that we require all teachers to take a classroom management class or have classroom management professional development every year. I believe that we learn from each other and that teachers will learn from each other in that class. I said this to someone who said, oh, but my wife's a great teacher. She wouldn't need this class. And I said, no, but that's why we need her in that would need her in that class even more, so that she could either validate or help inform what the instructor is saying, so that the teachers who do need it will know, yes, this will actually work in the classroom, or no, this person says that won't work, but this thing will. And that's the only comment I wanted to make on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for coming in this evening, sharing your remarks with us. May I now have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
With the removal of item C2 and item C14. Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the motion passes 5-0. And I'd like to announce that as part of the consent agenda, the board took the following actions. We approved the revised Aquatics Committee charter. This committee helps oversee the operations of the pools at all APS schools, and Tanya's going to further describe what we've just done in the consent agenda.
Yes. We also accepted the brief reading reports for the arts education and the professional learning. They're very informative reports. I appreciated hearing the information they provided. They also provided updates to their program evaluation recommendation progress. And what I thought was really cool in the arts briefing was that in 2017-2018, Arlington Public Schools was honored with the Best Communities for Music Education designation from the NAM Foundation for its outstanding commitment to music education. We also got this award last year. The Best Communities for Music Education designation is awarded to districts that demonstrate outstanding achievement in efforts to provide music access and education to all students. This is so cool. I hope you get a chance to read this. We have such wonderful stuff happening in APS and the arts, so if you get a chance, this is some fun reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will now take up the two personnel actions that we removed from the consent agenda. Board members, do you have comments? Oh, I'm sorry, we're taking up C2 first. Board members, do you have comments on item C2?
Do you want a motion and then comments, or do you just want comments?
Let's have a motion first.
I move that the board approve the personnel actions. Is that C2?
Mm-hmm.
C2, yeah, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And would you like to make comments now?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I will be voting no on this item. We are entering the season in which our very, very hardworking staff and administrators begin to put together the personnel rosters for schools for next year. And that requires some turnover and some hiring and juggling around of staff. I have repeatedly asked for the context and information to understand the items that we're approving. By Virginia statute, the school board approves every single personnel action. So given that we're entering that season, I do need that information. I don't feel comfortable taking action without doing that. We have several resignations and appointments that I have questions about, so at this time I'm going to be voting no, and I'm requesting, Mr. Goldstein, that the superintendent provide some context for these decisions so that we can feel clearly that we understand what our staff is doing and the context within which they're doing it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments before we vote from board members? Barbara?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I saw your light go on. What? No? Okay, we're ready to vote. We have a motion and it's seconded. So all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
And the motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Oops. In the wrong place here. And now we're going to take up personnel action FY19-02. And so let's have a motion first and then board member comments.
In grievance 19-02, I move that the board affirm the decision of the Step 3 hearing officer, but provide for a total of 5 days and direct that the board chair issue a letter to that effect.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And board members, do you have comments before we vote? Barbara?
I just want to share, I do support the original staff process and the staff recommendation. So because that recommendation has been changed in this motion, I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Other comments? No, I similarly support the process and the action of the staff in this, and so I will also be voting no on the amended motion. So if there are no more comments, let's go to the vote. And all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. And the motion passes 3-2. And thank you all. And next we'll hear citizen comment on non-agenda items. And I've already read the speaker guidelines, so Melanie, could you please call the speakers?
Sir? We have 8 speakers tonight. The first is Pat Vincanix.
Hello, my name is Pat Vinkness. I'm a former Yorktown parent. I also serve on the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on Equity and Excellence. I ask for your support for 2 challenging racism sessions and for full funding for both the equity and excellence positions and the exemplary projects teachers in your budget. The superintendent's cuts and the elimination of one-time funding for cultural responsiveness training total $1.32 million, which in tax terms account for 0.2 of 1 cent on the tax rate, according to Mary Hines. In a majority-minority school system, this seems odd, especially since on average the cost of educating a student who is not fluent in English is higher than educating an English-speaking student. As a retiree of the White House Office of Management and Budget, I know well the difficult decisions you have to make. The challenging racism class changed the way I look at the world, and Amazon is going to change it further for all of us. So let's take this opportunity to address our longstanding achievement gap and raise up the entire community. Both challenging racism and these current programs can help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your comments with us this evening.
Next speaker is Lisa Blackwell.
Good evening again.
Hello. I just wanted to start with your new board policy that you took under consent that says relations to the children of Arlington. School board members at all times put student achievement and well-being at the center of their board work. As we are in this budget season, and if you recall the work session that happened on December 12th that regarded the academic achievement of our children here in Arlington, I must request that you seriously consider putting more resources into our students with disabilities, that have special education needs, our English language learners, and our economically disadvantaged students. The budget that the superintendent has proposed will not be your adopted budget if you abide by your new board policy that puts student achievement and well-being at the center of your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, Lisa, for sharing your comments with us.
All right, next we have Jody Terranova.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am here to request that the board sign the agreement between the Children's School and the Arlington Public Schools to move forward with the new building that has been planned on Lee Highway since the letter of intent was signed last year. And my understanding is that this agreement needs to be signed by the end of March. I'm making my personal plea as my son Jacob was diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum at age 2 and is currently in this program. And we started in this program in the fall. The Children's School and Integration Station has been a tremendous opportunity for us as parents, and especially Jacob, and the opportunities that he has in the classroom. He spends part of his day in an integrated setting with neurotypical children, and neurotypical children then spend part of their day in his small mini MIPA classroom. This allows for Jacob and his other students, other classmates, to have the social, emotional, and communication interactions that autistic children need. When Jacob was first diagnosed, everyone has said to us, early intervention is key. And my husband and I have spent time, money on private therapies, but we couldn't provide this opportunity for him without this program that is available through the county and in particular this school. One of the other parents that I spoke with when Jacob was diagnosed told me that you want your autistic child to be in a classroom with neurotypical children because they model their behaviors. And for this reason, this setting is so unique, and it's the only one in the county where it allows the inclusion and reverse inclusion to occur. And so I ask that the board consider and sign this agreement between the county, between the public school system and the children's school. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in this evening.
Next we have Supriya Dankar.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
My name is Supriya. The speaker before me did a wonderful job of articulating very well everything that I'm here to speak about. So at the risk of sounding redundant, I will still go over what I had, for my agenda today. So again, I'm here with regards to the integration station and the children's school partnership, which is currently at the risk of moving forward. My daughter, Nitya, she's 3, and she's in this program. She started last September. The amount of progress we have seen, again, we've gone through private therapy, we've gone through everything within our powers to, provide this early intervention. But the amount of progress we've seen because of the inclusive setting that she's in with typical children, again, the modeling of behaviors, the things we see on daily basis, because she's emulating a lot of the things that she's seeing in typical children. We hadn't seen that before she started in September. So I do realize, everyone works within budgets, constraints, but here we are talking about children that are vulnerable, that are at highest risk. It does take a whole community, a whole village to raise a child. So I do urge, the board members to consider that, to do everything they can in their power to, let this proceed. This program has been around for 40 years. It has taken that long to develop it, to take it to where it is. So it would be a shame if it didn't move forward. Again, Arlington Public Schools are renowned for, everything they do, the great staff, teachers. So again, within this population, I would just again request that children like Nitya, they are provided that opportunity in that inclusive setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Next, we have Katie Barker.
Hello, my name's Katie Barker, and I'm an educator here in Arlington. And I also have a son who goes to IS. And I'm here, as well with other people, asking why the future of TCS and IS partnership is in question. Obviously, a large possibility is budget restraints. And although that is an issue, time and time in research, we see that the more money spent in early childhood education, the less money spent later on. This is especially true with students with various needs. And that's because they end up not being retained. That means they spend less time in a supportive setting and specialized instruction. That's also because there's less counselors due to less isolation, because these children have strategies from early on and understand how to get there. So the budget thing, in the end, you're actually saving money. And obviously, there are programs already available through Arlington Public Schools, VPI, Montessori, which are fabulous programs. I fully support them. However, as these other speakers have told you and will tell you, that environment, as we know here in Arlington, we're blessed with various choices. And these choices are important. And VPI and Montessori do not always provide the best environment for especially students with autistic or diverse needs, where they need that peer modelship, where they need to have people. My son receives speaking in a way that is appropriate, having those teacher prompts. That's not provided in Montessori. He's really good at student-led learning. What he needs are prompts to expand his horizons, to expand his interests. And because he's been part of this partnership, he has received those types of things, and he has grown immensely, and we are so fortunate to have this type of program and are very thankful for it. And we really hope this continues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us this evening.
We have Jennifer Ressick. Jennifer?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I too am here to ask for your support for the TCS and IS partnership, the continuing support of that very special education program for diversity and inclusion in our county. I am not an APS teacher, but I am an Arlington resident and the parent of both a typically developing TCS student and an IS student with autism spectrum disorder. When my son Reese was diagnosed with high-functioning autism at age 3, he was not potty trained. He was unable to hold a crayon to write. He could not drink from an open cup, and he could barely speak in 3-word sentences. When the doctor diagnosed him, she said that early and intensive intervention was his best chance to catch up with his peers and to succeed in kindergarten and beyond. Reese has been an IS student for 3 years, and through the intensive attention to his needs and his IEP, through the dedication of his special education teachers, his general education teachers, and his therapists, he can now carry on a full dialogue, write the entire alphabet, feed and dress himself, and this fall he will enter a general education classroom in kindergarten. You see, the thing that makes the TCS-IS partnership so special is integration and inclusion. Many of Reese's challenges are social, yet every day he has the opportunity to observe and interact with typically developing peers as his models. And both his special and general education teachers are dedicated to facilitating that interaction and to helping Reese succeed. I know of no other preschool program with this level of dedication at such a young age for students 2 to 5. Let us not forget about the importance of inclusion for all students and for our community. By continuing to invest in the TCS-IS partnership, APS is investing in the diversity of our community, neurodiversity, the diversity of abilities and needs. The quality of education from APS.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us this evening.
I just have one final thought.
Thank you.
and
Yeah,
it's-
your 2 minutes have expired. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Saba Goran.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm also a parent of a child who goes to the integration station, and I'm here to humbly request that the program be ratified and kept within the Arlington Children's School. I have been a resident of Arlington County since 2002. I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer, and I choose to live in Arlington because of this great school district. I have a 2.5-year-old son who has been diagnosed with global delays. He has speech delays. He does not socialize with other children and has trouble following routines and trouble eating and many other issues. So he was first in Montessori school for a while where I did not see any progress at all. In just 3 months, I have seen amazing changes in my son. His vocabulary has picked up immensely. He's more interactive, more social. He's better about following routines. And this is thanks to the integrated program at IS. It would be really devastating and a major setback, not just for the children, but for Arlington County as a whole, which is known for being a leader in Virginia on education issues, especially for children with delays and challenges, if this partnership is not ratified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening.
And our final speaker is Christina Iacobucci. Okay, she's not available.
He signed up online.
It's up to the chair.
He signed up online and he never got a confirmation. Patrick Walsh, he signed up. No?
It didn't come through, but
Okay.
you don't know. He signed up online, but it's.
Okay, so like the previous speakers, I'm a father of, or a parent of a child that's at Integration Station. And Luke started at 2 years old, and he has been in an included classroom ever since, and he's had great therapies ever since. So we have seen really fantastic progress over the past 6 months with Luke, and we feel like it would not be duplicated at any of these other programs. And we also, in talking to other people in our community, the Down syndrome community, we feel like this is a program that people in other districts would really covet. You know, they would really want their children in a program like this. So we think it's something that Arlington should be proud of and should think twice before they do away with it. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. That's it? Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming and speaking, informing us of your thoughts this evening. And let me ask Dr. Murphy if he has any comments on the topics the speakers brought to us.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, and thank you also to all the speakers that came out. We, too, value very much the Children's School and Integration Station and the program. We have a long history at the Reed facility. We also continued the partnership during the transition period, and right now our staff, led by Ms. Leslie Peterson, is working very closely with the leadership at the Children's School. Give us some time. Be patient with us. I know there are some pending deadlines that are out there, but we're working very diligently on that. We see the same values that you see with the program. We recognize the success that the children are having and will continue to have. And so we'll continue to work through this. I think we've got a pretty strong proven track record over the history at the Reed facility as well as when we made the transition. We're just going through the next phase, and I know you folks are moving forward with finding a new facility, and we want to be as supportive as we can and also continue to be involved as Arlington Public Schools. So we appreciate you coming out and your continued advocacy, but hopefully we'll have this resolved here in the near future.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to the monitoring items. We have two monitoring items tonight. And the first is the diversity report. Dr. Murphy.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I'm going to introduce our consultant who conducted this assessment, Dr. Julian Williams. And Dr. Williams is going to lead us through his report and where we are. But I want to give a little bit of backdrop and a little bit of context to what essentially this report was intended to do and really design us to move forward with our next steps. Folks may have recalled back coming off the high school boundaries now over 2 years ago, some of the events that transpired and some of the things that were happening here in our country as well as in our community. And there was a great deal of concern about that. We led some student discussions at the secondary level across the county and involved the school board's student advisory committee as well as all of our high school students in the context around diversity and what our beliefs and what our values here are in Arlington Public Schools in relationship to that. Coming off of that, we then determined that the next step would really to establish an assessment of diversity here in Arlington and what that means and how our community really embraces that. And then also areas that we may need to strengthen or fortify or really be able to address. By the way, you see communities have a knee-jerk reaction sometimes to these issues where they don't have a plan, but they go ahead and respond. One of our approaches here was to get some type of assessment of the environment coming off what the students had done, and then also using an expert in the field in this area to create that assessment. Based on that assessment then, the hope is that we'll utilize the framework that Dr. Williams is going to be sharing with us this evening, but then also make some budgetary decisions as far as how we may move forward in staffing or provide support for how we move forward. Congruently, or on a parallel track, you heard earlier this evening that the board is also working through its equity policy and other policies that are related. So putting all of that in context, Dr. Williams has concluded his assessment, and I think it gives us the platform based on the information then for us to respond to that assessment and move forward with some next steps. In essence, he's laid out a plan for us, and we're going to take that plan and then begin to execute it. So Dr. Williams, is that a little bit of a backdrop? Please feel free to add to that as you may do, and I'll let you take the presentation from here.
Thank you so much, Pat, and good evening to the board. I just moved from Fairfax to Arlington last July, and I had no idea that you also got a show with the board meetings as well. So I thought the students were really impressive. But I thank you for that framework because I think it outlines really what I was endeavoring to do on the district's behalf. In my sort of day job, I serve as the Vice President for Inclusion and Diversity at George Mason University right down the road in Fairfax, Virginia. But upon being approached by Dr. Murphy as well as Board Member Talento, requesting that I do this work and perform this assessment on behalf of the district. What really sold it for me was the students. Hearing from the Student Advisory Committee and hearing from them as to what they were asking for from the school division. And it was very similar, actually extremely similar to what we hear in higher education from our students, our undergraduate students, about creating a campus climate, creating an inclusive environment, and what it takes to sustain that. And I wanted to undertake my assessment with the hopes of creating a sustainable infrastructure and framework. As you mentioned, Dr. Murphy, I think there are countless and numerous examples in higher education and private industry, as well as in K through 12, of knee-jerk and reactionary approaches to the creation of an inclusive and diverse environment. And in my opinion, while those knee-jerk responses may satisfy particular communities for a moment, if you look down the line and project forward, the lack of sustainability that those knee-jerk approaches create end up sort of recreating the same issue. So what I tried to do is to take an approach that, in my opinion, and I hope the board and other folks will share that opinion, will lead to a sustained and strategic approach. My philosophy on this work is that inclusion and diversity work must be foundational. It must, in my opinion, first build an infrastructure and must be strategic. So those are the sort of principal tenets that I really wanted to establish in this assessment. I hope to move through this rather quickly because I'm sure there are questions from the board. So as an introduction, I sort of laid out my philosophy there in terms of moving forward. From a methodology standpoint, the hope was to create sort of open-ended conversations with stakeholders and endeavoring to do that, knowing that there may be folks in specific communities that I wasn't able to speak to, but trying to create and cast a wide net as possible as it relates to the board members, as it relates to community stakeholders, and as it related to internal APS employees and folks that are sort of doing this work on the ground as well. And from there, I had some sort of prompts and discussion questions, but really wanted to have an open-ended conversation with these community members, with these folks that are really close to the district, that would be able to give me a really wide picture and wide lens as to what the sort of main issues are. And one of the things I want to make clear is that this report and assessment is not a checklist. So if you sort of go through and say, well, we did X, Y, and Z, or we did all 5 things, or all 6 recommendations, and now we're done. As we know in this work, we're never done from an inclusion and diversity standpoint. But in my opinion, I think the tent poles are sort of already existent within the district. I think there's going to need to be some work, some intentionality, some really tough conversations at a variety of levels that are going to move that forward. But as I move through some of the observations and key themes, one of the things that I wanted to make clear to the board, to the folks in the community that are here, as well as tried to highlight in my report, is that there is a great sense of optimism as it relates to Arlington public schools. And you don't see that everywhere. And I think that optimism can be leveraged in that most of the folks that I spoke with really felt like we can be doing better here. And I use the collective we as a now Arlington resident. That we can be doing better here, that the collective will exists, that the collective knowledge exists within the district. And I think that is something that can be leveraged, and I would also say doesn't exist in every entity. And I think with that level of optimism creates some opportunities that will continue to need to be monitored, will require some intentionality as well. The diversity, some of that has already been displayed here at this school board meeting. When with that, that is an advantage, but it also creates challenges as well. And I think with that, if we were looking at or speaking about a relatively homogeneous district or school division, we wouldn't likely be having this conversation. The issues that Dr. Murphy mentioned likely wouldn't have arisen. But because we are operating in a highly diverse environment from a variety of perspectives, which hence the reason why we're having this conversation. But that diversity is something to be leveraged. It's something to be nurtured. It's something that will need to be monitored as well in terms of trying to make sure doing a large-scale examination of who's at the table, the decision-making table, as we're making decisions that will impact various communities, particular marginalized communities within the school division. We must continue to sort of leverage that diversity as well. Resources, I believe, also are key. As with any entity, there's going to be budget constraints, but I believe that APS is operating from a budgetary advantage situation. So as with any prioritization of any project, I believe that APS does have the requisite resources to devote to the creation of its diversity and inclusion infrastructure, and that's where the decision-making points will come. One of the things that became increasingly obvious early on in my conversations is the current salience of history. So we think about history that it's in the past, but in a lot of ways as it relates to APS, it's still very present. So we're talking about history as it relates to histories and legacies of segregation within the district. We're talking about sort of old wounds and battles that have been fought and are still currently sort of open within various communities. The legacies of sort of starts and stops that happen over time as it relates to inclusion and diversity work. And then the impacts of previous, whether it's board level or school division decisions as it relates to impacts on marginalized communities. And what I would really want to impart to the board is what you may think is a previous decision that's sort of been moved past. Those decisions are still very much open. And I think that in terms of moving forward, there's going to need to be a sort of reconciliation around some of those open wounds. And I think I mentioned that in my report. I think one of those still open wounds as it relates to the legacies and impacts of segregation, whether it be housing segregation or school segregation, still very much exists. And I think the board has done some work as well as some educational projects and some reconciliation work around talking about that, utilizing the churches and schools and community members in terms of talking about that and talking about today's impacts of those previous decisions. I think that work will continue to need to be done. And this leads me to my last sort of key observation and theme is that intentionality is going to be key there. Intentionality in terms of the approach. There needs to be an honestness and a genuineness in terms of how we do this. I think as I've seen, I think that intentionality exists. I was here the other night when the policy working groups were talking about the equity and inclusion and transgender policy, and I think that is an awesome starting point in terms of the ability to try to attack these issues, but I think those efforts will continue to need to be expanded. There's a sort of a requisite amount of time that you can spend on those issues, and my recommendation is that work be expanded in a number of ways, as well as intentionality on the board level as well. I know that that you all are sort of undertaking your work on behalf of the citizens and the students of the public school division, but I also think that this community will want to hear from you in terms of how you approach this work, where the values are. As with in terms of any work that is being done in this area, there is a tendency to want to sit back and listen, which I totally agree. I'm not going to tell you not to listen. You want to hear from folks, but I also think that with that, the community will want to hear from you as well. And I think as you all will continue your work in terms of trying to reconcile thoughts, feelings, previous decisions, priorities, I think it's going to be important that the board continues to be brave and courageous as they think about what's going to move the school division forward from an inclusion and diversity standpoint. So I'm just going to go through, I highlighted in the report the majority of the recommendations. I want to just touch on a couple of them here. So from a philosophical standpoint, I come from the school of thought that while the maintenance of an inclusive and diverse environment is everybody's responsibility. I truly and honestly believe that. I also believe that somebody has to be driving the bus as it relates to that work. I believe very strongly that a strong, knowledgeable chief diversity officer, if structured properly, if resourced properly, if the right amount of thought and intentionality is given to the creation of that position and structure, that person can pull together, I think, some of the already existing elements that exist and that are working well within APS, that can advocate for resources, that can be a strong leader in that area as well, because I truly believe that this needs to be someone or someone's full-time work, and in terms of moving this work on. And I equate that the same way I look at even my own university. We have a person responsible for our instructional staff. We have a chief financial officer. And with that, I am very much a proponent that where your values lie is going to be sort of where you've devoted resources. And in my opinion, there has to be some senior level resources devoted to the creation of an inclusive and maintenance of an inclusive environment. I think with that, I think a lot of the other recommendations can roll into that. I think a division-wide summit, very much similar to the policy discussions you had, just on a broader level. I think there needs to be, as was readily obvious just from being an observer in the room, you need more time. Like, you just need more time to have those discussions. You need to start with trying to define what these terms mean to folks in the district. And in order to do that, you're going to need to devote some specific time spaces, inviting folks from the community to do so. So I think that the core values really exist, but I just think that the prioritization is something that is going to need to be devoted a little stronger. In terms of the division-wide Diversity and Inclusion Summit, you can brand it and create it a certain way. And then also, as you think about communication, I mentioned it in the report, but what happens with a lot of organizations, large, small, is that there are things happening. There are success stories. There are things that are going on very well from an inclusion and diversity space side, but they're just not talked about. And when you don't talk about it, in my opinion, folks are going to naturally assume that it's just not happening. So I think from a communication standpoint, the same way we're communicating what's happening from an event space, we've got to start telling the stories that are existing. A lot of those stories we've sort of already heard from, just from the public comments, and I'm sure are well existent within the room as well as on the instructional staff side. And I think with that, if you think about the role of a potential chief diversity officer or somebody that's sort of driving the bus, they can work and piece together a diversity recruitment and retention plan. They can think about what a climate survey tool would look like as you're trying to gauge sort of student and parent experiences as it relates to inclusion and diversity within the district. And then there was also previously a mention of professional development. I think having someone that's primarily dedicated to that work, and also working with the other parts of the school division that are doing some of that work already, I believe that the school division will see a ton of value from that. So my goal here was to try to provide a non-exhaustive framework, but what I believe could be a starting point and could launch some of the other work that's already being done within the district. My hope is that if APS has questions, I would be happy to help the district through in whatever capacity I could. But I'm also excited about the opportunity to have done this work on behalf of the district, and now as an Arlington resident as well. So I want to spend some time to take questions. I did get a chance to talk to each one of you, so I'd love sort of any feedback, or if I can answer any questions as we move forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. We're going to see if there are speakers first, and then after the speakers, we'll ask board members if they have questions for you. We'll do Q&A.
Go back, sit down.
Want to sit down during the speakers?
Thanks.
Thank you. And are there speakers?
We have 3 speakers. First is Lisa Blackwell.
Lisa, we're going to have to get your chair closer to the front here.
Oh, I appreciate the report, the ability to hear it live. My comment is, while this may be a wonderful thing, right now in this budget climate, we do not have the money to spend on a diversity resource officer. We need to spend that money on special education teachers, ELL resources, counselors, and social workers. I don't believe that Arlington is a diverse community. We're just diverse by being here, all of us who exist in this county. If outcomes were 100% of students on grade level, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The diversity officer is not what's going to move us there. Boots on the ground in the schools is going to move us where we need to be. The fact that people experience things in this system is a function of the fact that we need to all treat each other with respect. Respect is what makes the difference, so that then people feel that they are in an inclusive, diverse environment. I am a parent at Kenmore. We are 40% white, 40% Hispanic, 10% Spanish, and barely a few Asian children, but everything we do with a focus on making sure everyone feels included. We have translators at all events for both sides. We have events that are primarily Spanish. We have events that are primarily English. I go to everything because that's my child's school and I want to be a part. That's what we all need to do. That's how we move forward. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much for coming in tonight.
All right, next, we have Dr. Alfie Breland-Noble.
Good evening.
Evening.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Dr. Alfie Breland-Noble. I am a disparities researcher of 22 years, a faculty member from 2 universities, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown, and before that, Duke University Department of Psychiatry, and a mental health professional. My colleague, Vice President Williams, has shared a lot of what I want to advocate for, so what I will say is the following. A year ago, I had a conversation with a fellow parent who is not a parent of color. I have 2 kids in Arlington Public Schools. His comment to me was, if you wanted schools with more diversity, you shouldn't have moved to Arlington, which in and of itself is disturbing. And I think that his sentiment speaks to the experience not only myself, but many other parents of color in the district. I think that what it speaks to is this tendency toward implicit bias, a disregard for the almost seemingly intractability of institutionalized racism, and many other types of bias related to homophobia, xenophobia, sexism, ability status bias, and bias in general. And so what I want to say is that if we want to be a district that is adamant about a rising tide lifts all boats, with all boats being all of our children, that we have a responsibility to ensure that the sentiment of my colleague, who to this day does not understand the pain that that statement caused me and my family, my child was with me when he said it, then what we have a responsibility to do is 2 things. I want to advocate strongly for my colleague's argument for a chief diversity officer, not only an officer, but staff and resources to ensure that that person's job is able to be done effectively. That's one. And then secondly, I would like to advocate for all of the resources that are currently on the table regarding diversity to be cut, to be added back into the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us this evening.
All right, our last speaker is Emily Vincent.
Good evening. I was interviewed for this report, and I'm concerned about how well we supported our consultant in this process, so I have a whole lot of questions. Why were 10 of the 14 people interviewed listed in the report white? Why don't we have any input from students or families? Why isn't there any input regarding the lived experience of students and staff members of color? Why isn't there any input from special needs, economically disadvantaged, or English as a second language students or families? Why have our past efforts at hiring more diverse staff fallen short? Why doesn't the report include demographics of APS staff or students, achievement gap data, or data about the disparities in discipline for children of color? Why haven't we looked at our past efforts at equality and equity to learn about why they didn't work? Why haven't we gotten better responses on past community engagement surveys? Why don't we regularly communicate everything in all of the languages our families speak? Why aren't we investing in cultural competency training for all staff, including administrators and school board members? We have to stop having advisory meetings and instead have action meetings. The superintendent and school board combined have 27 committees, meeting 2 hours each for 9 months, 486 hours during one school year that Arlington citizens and parents offer their advice and expertise. How many of these groups are empowered to take action? How many meetings end without meaningful follow-through? For example, the Superintendent's Advisory Committee for Equity and Excellence was not consulted prior to the Equity and Inclusion work session last month and has not been involved in efforts to draft an equity policy this year. What does APS really believe in? When are our actions going to match our words? Inclusion means everyone has a voice. Equity means that we do the work to ensure that our families can participate in engagement efforts, even if it is more complicated and takes more time. If we truly want to change, we must identify the barriers and then remove them.
Thank you, Emily, for coming in this evening. Board members, do you have questions or clarifying? Would you like to ask clarifying questions of Mr. Williams? Oh. Do you want to go first, Tanya, since you were the point of contact here for the effort and the report? Thank you.
I just want to thank Dr. Williams for the work that he has done. I was the school board liaison to this project, something that we've been working on since, I think, over 2 years, as Dr. Murphy said. We've done a lot of work. I appreciate the comments that were made this evening. This is one of the reasons that we're engaging in this work, is to figure out how to close those gaps, how to make sure our net doesn't have any holes in it, which we know it does today. And everything that we engage in takes one step forward. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. We have made many steps forward, but we have many, many, many steps to go. And I am so grateful that people are here advocating, that people read it, that people are telling us what they want. That is the work we want to engage in. And I am grateful that you're providing us an assessment that gives us the first step in the kind of framework that we need to make sure that what we do today is long-lasting. This needs to go beyond this current school board, beyond your kids that are in school today. This needs to stand and last for generations to come, and we cannot do that overnight. So thank you for the feedback. Please continue to work with us, bring that feedback to us. Thank you for the efforts that you have taken. I'm looking forward to hearing the recommendations. I do not have questions at this time, but I also have been the liaison to this work and doing my best to inform my colleagues as we've been moving forward. So I'm going to allow them to have the time to ask questions. And I just wanted to say thank you to you as well as to the people who are here paying attention to this.
Thank you. Board members, questions or comments? Nancy?
Thank you very, very much for your report. I think it was important to hear Dr. Murphy's setup to this, because what we asked for was a framework. We didn't ask for an action plan. We didn't ask for an analysis of our student body or our parent opinions. We asked you to give us a framework. And I personally really wanted to see that, because in my work in my life, I've been involved in 3 different corporate diversity efforts. And those were often on the heels of individual tactics that worked for a little while until somebody left, and then it would stop, and then we'd work with a school, with one corporation, and then that would peter off, or we would have a hiring initiative, and that would peter off. What you gave us was the framework that we can put into place and then have endure. Is that what you were looking to do?
That's correct, and I don't want to lose, particularly Emily's point, but also the other comments as well. Those are all great questions. That analysis, whether it's in disciplinary rates, whether it's looking at the hiring and demographic, from my sense, even if I were to artfully craft, and I like to consider myself a pretty decent writer, put all of that together and I hand it over, and then what? So what I wanted to be able to do is to try to put the school division on a sustainability path, on a path that builds an infrastructure. And I look at this the same way we think about building a foundation to a house. You know, if you start with the roof first, you don't have anything to put it on, it's not going to matter. But when you start with the foundation, and I believe the tent poles to that foundation exist within APS, but I also think that what you heard from the comments, that's full-time work. And I have a full-time job that I enjoy very much. So I believe that work needs to be shared collectively, but also needs to be led from a full-time perspective. And I think by having the resources from a full-time perspective lead that work, having someone in the community, a colleague to all of you and everyone else here, I believe the questions that Ms. Vincent raised are great ones. And I think, and what I hope I was able to do is to put the school division on a path to answer those questions, to wrestle with those really tough issues, and to hopefully stem the tide of starts and stops that I think exists within APS, but also exists within a lot of organizations that I believe haven't done the large-scale review and strategy as well.
And that's what I wanted to thank you for giving us that framework, because we can now place into that all the pieces that we have historically done and need to build on, and we have the voices of our students that are very strong asking us to do this, and our community, so hence the optimism. I think once we see some of what we've done, we can be even more optimistic. But I also took to heart, I wanted to thank you for a piece in here early on in your report that said, after your point about optimism, another key emerging theme centered around the APS school board. It is my observation that additional visioning and goal setting concerning diversity needs to be defined by the board. Until some level of board consensus is reached, it will be difficult for APS leadership, meaning the staff of the school system, and ground level practitioners to craft a direction around key issues. Alignment is key. What does the board think is the ideal state of diversity and equity within APS? What are the key issues? And then, more optimism, reaching an agreement set upon a set of goals and values will not be easy work. It must be an iterative process. The good part is, I'm just going to jump to that, the good part is that we've started that work with the strategic plan and the equity and excellence and the equity and inclusion work that our teaching and learning staff is leading us through. So I just wanted to thank you, and also to say I took to heart the fact that the community listens to us when we look at our sort of my Bible of what school boards can do. The more we are in alignment and help take what the community wants and we lead with them, and then the staff helps put meat on that framework, we can be successful, but we also have work to do. And I wanted to thank you for acknowledging that, because I think we're all very, very committed and willing to do that. And I'm very excited by it, and I really appreciate the framework.
You're welcome.
Because part of my frustration was always we had these little bits, but not the whole picture. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments? Monique, thank you.
Dr. Williams, thank you so much for your work.
Welcome, Monique.
I appreciate that, and I enjoyed reading your report. I also enjoyed hearing from our community members today. I see this actually as a beginning, not an end, and not the full breadth and scope of what we're going to do when it comes to diversity. I am very excited about the opportunity to work on this, and I was very happy when we built our new strategic plan and reframed our conversation about opportunity gaps, and which we previously called achievement gaps. We are looking at our community, in my opinion, our diverse community, as a strength, and we need to look more deeply at what we're doing that makes sure that we are supporting all of our students. As a majority-minority school district, it is very important that all of our students do well. Dr. Williams' report is just the beginning of how we need to continue to look deeper at that. One of the things that I was happy to do last year was attend the Minority Student Achievement Network Conference, and I will attend that again this April. Last April, one of the things I wanted to make sure I did was sit down and speak with diversity officers at school systems from across the country to see how that might make a difference with our school system. I will seek them out again when I attend in April, and I will continue to look at ways that we can ensure that we are living up to what we set forth as important, which is equity in our community, our very diverse community. I appreciate all the questions that were posed today, And I'm going to let you know that I'm going to continue to look at them as we all work together as a community to try to maximize our diverse community, again, which is a strength. I was happy that when I joined the board, there was already a diversity report underway, and I'm happy to have received it. We will build on it. Thank you.
Okay, Barbara?
All right. I'll add my thanks as well. The report is beautifully written, and I think you really captured the board's personality well in that, and sort of presented us with our own challenges and, you know, kind of called us out a little bit. So appreciate that. I want to thank the speakers, especially, and Ms. Blackwell knows I'm going to say this, for, you know, being mindful of the budget while commenting on this report. And I actually kind of want to pursue a little bit of that, because anything we do is a new expenditure. We're in a budget season, and anything new we do is a real cost because it means something we can't. So I actually do want to ask several questions. I appreciated the way the words you used, strategic, leveraging. And so I want to ask about that FTE for the diversity officer. It's one FTE. And I think the speaker made an excellent point. Every FTE is also a classroom, and a little extra support in the classroom keeps our class sizes at a better level, a little more personal support to the kids, or it could be a mental health resource, could be all sorts of things. So actually, I want to ask both you and Dr. Murphy if you could share a little bit, because one, this wasn't in your proposed budget, Dr. Murphy, but two, before asking if you are looking toward that, whether this year or the following year, if you could just share a little bit about that, how you're thinking about that, the value of that position in a time when really we are pulling from classroom support.
So I think my sense there, and I think the second speaker really talked about it, if this person or persons, whoever that is, isn't well-resourced, if that person's charge isn't well thought out, position description isn't well thought out, isn't interwoven into the fabric of the school division, my opinion is don't do it. Because I have seen too many sort of knee-jerk and reactionary responses to issues as it relates to inclusion and diversity happen from across the board, from Fortune 500 companies to higher education institutions, where something will happen. The thought is, let's hire a chief diversity officer, chief inclusion officer, VP for X, Y, and Z, and that person is not resourced, they don't have the requisite authority to do their job, and that there's usually high turnover in those positions. A person's frustrated because they're not well charged or well resourced. The institution is frustrated because they are not, getting the results that they were hoping for. So I think that this is a recommendation that obviously needs and will require some further discussion. I don't make that in a way to take away from or tell the board or the community which resources to take away from. What I'm advocating for is I think the district would see value from that if those requirements would then be met as to making sure this person has the resources to do their job effectively. Obviously, recruitment is going to be important. Obviously, there's going to need to be some thought about what that scope of authority looks like. And I say that because while this is inclusion and diversity, as I mentioned, will always be a shared responsibility. Essentially, when you disperse this responsibility to everyone, what usually happens is nobody ends up picking it up. And I also think that while APS is a little different in that way, where you have resources that are doing this work across the school division, I think one of the things that I noticed and I've seen is that there needs to be more tying of that work together. There needs to be sort of a point of authority in a lot of ways that will have broad authority to tie that work together, to advocate for resources, to make the necessary structural changes, to work with the already existing colleagues at the senior level to do so. So this is sort of where I come from and where I approach this philosophically, but I've also seen these efforts and endeavors fail when not properly thought out. So my caution, and it's a great question, Barbara, my caution there is to think holistically, think strategically about what this looks like. I don't assume to tell the board or the community where to take from. But I would hope, I think that as we prioritize, and I think as we prioritize where the district's values are and where it wants to be from an inclusion and diversity perspective, I think my general philosophy is that somebody has to be driving that bus to get us where we want to go. And that's sort of where I come from there. I hope that answered that.
It does, and I have a follow-up
Okay.
question. Dr. Murphy, did you want to weigh in on what you're thinking in terms of potentially adding a position down the road?
Sure. You may have recalled also as part of this discussion that there was the inclination to consider hiring someone. And I think the backdrop of this report was let's make sure as we proceed in pursuing someone to lead this effort for the district that we have a good match. So that was really the intent and design. So as we go out and talk to individuals, I will also say, and it was a pleasure to speak to a variety of diversity officers in higher education, and that's typically right now a trend that we are seeing. It is unique. I won't say it's exclusive, but it is unique right now in the pre-K-12 domain to find folks of this nature. So it was very interesting. I think all of the diversity officers that I spoke with, including Dr. Williams, echo many of the things he said. This has to be a priority. It has to be led by someone, and it also has to be embedded throughout the work. So there's been a variety of conversations that I've had of examples of how that plays itself out at many of these universities. And the intent is, yes, that I would be moving forward with this, or the board. Again, we have timing here. The board may want to consider this as they move forward with their proposed budget.
Yeah, so I guess, and I want to follow up to talk about committees, and that's plural. And it kind of all leads to, what really should be our next steps. And I know you've probably fulfilled your contract at this point, so this may be the last chance to get your feedback on this. But one of your proposals was about Diversity and Inclusion Council. Today we have, as one of the speakers pointed out, a superintendent's advisory committee on equity and excellence, which used to have a different name. We have a Department of Equity and Excellence, and that is in teaching and learning. And part of that department, we have a couple central office people, and then people in every one of our secondary schools, middle school and high school. And you met one of them this evening,
Sure did.
Mr. Cotman, and one elementary school, I think, right? We are talking about, Department of Teaching and Learning has that equity and excellence office, and there is an advisory council to teaching and learning, and the fact that it doesn't have an equity and excellence committee is perhaps something that we need to be talking about as well. So my point being, we have an office in teaching and learning, we have a superintendent's committee, and you've suggested a committee. So this is like this big sort of org chart I'm painting in the air here.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're ready to
I think
share.
so. I don't want to. So what I wouldn't want to do is replicate something that's already in place. But if there are, as you're doing your evaluations, as you hear from those committee members as to what they need, maybe whether it's additional resources, whether it's a different reporting line, whether it's more people, whether it's a wider swath of community members, I think my sense there is that that there may need to be some thought and evaluation as to, is there too many committees? Is there one that needs to be big or small? But I also think that there is value in trying to make sure that you're capturing the widest breadth of voices. And I think that's and then also if whatever you do from a senior level diversity officer perspective, that person will need their either cabinet or kitchen cabinet or whatever you call upon. And then sometimes what happens with these various committees, from what I've seen, is the committee will work on something, will submit a report, and that report sits on someone's desk for a long time. It may go to the superintendent, it may go to other parts of the organization. My sense is what I would want is that those committees being able to report report up to someone whose primary responsibility is instituting the work of that committee, who has the charge, ability, subject matter expertise, authority to sort of do so. So what I wanted to do is, I mean, these are recommendations in the board's hands and in the school division's hands, but I think that there's value in that committee structure. I think there might need to be maybe some evaluation as to what that looks like, whether these committees are active in a way, and whether the folks that are sitting on the committees are being maximized as well in terms of the work and commitment that they have.
Right, yeah. So, and I guess the point there becomes, I think we need to have a conversation about what we have in place, how to use what you're recommending, and get that bang for the buck. So, Mr. Chair, I hope we can follow through on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Tanya had a follow-up?
Yes, I wanted to follow up on some of the comments that have been made here at the dais. I strongly support the Chief Diversity Officer, and I'm not sure where our conversations are going to be moving forward. But I want to state that now because I recognize our budget constraints, but, and I think, Dr. Williams, may ask you if you would provide some feedback on this. You know, in our proposed budget, we need to come up with $8 million, and we have tiered cuts. There's so many cuts in there that directly affect diversity, equity, opportunity, and excellence gaps. And I believe from the discussions that we had, from reading the report, from my own research in trying to make sure that we're closing the gaps here in Arlington, my passion for trying to bring forth equity in all the work that we do, that a lot of those things were brought forth subconsciously, and a chief diversity officer at senior level would have said, stop, guess what? We need to look at this from a different lens. And that, you know, that's the kind of input that we're missing. Someone that can help bring everyone together and say, let's have a discussion about the things that you're bringing forward or the work that you're doing, because I'm going to give you another lens to look through, right? Because in all the conversations that I've had with conversations on race, conversations on diversity, conversations on equity, conversations on just the variety of things, I find that those are the conversations we are having, that people are not aware of their own biases. Everyone has biases, and it reflects in the work that we do, and it's up to us to challenge ourselves to become aware of them so that we don't negatively affect our peers, our colleagues, and in the work that I do today, our students in our school system. So when I recall, I think maybe in a conversation we were having when we were interviewing to see if you'd be willing to do this work, you're concerned about bringing a chief diversity officer or bringing a department or something in that wasn't in senior level. And I just, because of some of this, of what my concerns are. So I just wanted to ask you to provide some feedback on that in your experience and all the work that you've done. By the way, I was very impressed with your bio in the report, and thank you for that.
Yeah. You know, I think you're right, Tanya, and I use the example for Mason. So we're the largest institution in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We've got 37,000 students and 6,000 employees. And the decisions we make at a senior level, you know, my boss, the president, and all of my senior colleagues, they're seeing it from their lens. You know, they're seeing it from their lens. Our SVP for Finance and Administration is looking at budget lines. But what she's not looking at, and this is by no fault of her own, but this is how these specific decisions may affect students, how it may affect faculty, how it may affect faculty of color, how it may affect our students of color in various ways. And this is from a variety of perspectives, from just finances to the messaging we put out to how we're moving our brand strategy forward. So that I use that example as one that until or unless you have a person or persons that are responsible for that lens, responsible for essentially holding the school division to its own values. So we look at, I always say this, but you know, if you look at mission statements of almost any organization, it talks about inclusion, it talks about diversity, it talks about who we want to be as an institution, whether it's a school division or company, but who's holding us to those values, particularly those values around inclusion and diversity. And in my opinion, until or unless there is someone that is tasked with doing so at the senior level where the decisions are being made, then that you will find those gaps. And essentially, it's you you don't know what you don't know. And it's not, as if these decisions are being made purposely to affect these communities or these students or these marginalized groups. It's that, these are, sometimes unintended impacts, whether they be, as a result of our own bias and blind spots. But, one of the things that I think the district would see value from is somebody that's going to be at that table, still negotiating, still as a colleague, but one that's going to help hold the school division accountable for those decisions, and also moving us closer in line with our values, as we hear from students, parents, and other community members as well. So I think that's a great point.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I just want to take an opportunity. I failed to thank our superintendent, who very willingly and passionately took on this work and really made an effort to find people that we could speak to. And that, I got to tell you, was not easy. It took us months just to get 6 people who were experts in this field to work with and get assessments and understand where we should go in him trying to meet his charge to develop a diversity framework. A lot of it was timing, and we met with community members who were leaders in this. We met with higher education, but there was no K through 12 that we could find locally. So I just wanted to say thank you, Dr. Murphy. I failed to do that earlier.
Thank you. Monique, you want to follow up? Mhm.
One question I have for you, Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Williams, is when I spoke to some of the K-12 diversity officers at the last MSAN conference, one of the things that they were very clear with, that they told me, is that one of the most important things they felt we needed to do as a school community was to have an equity policy. They said without an equity policy, it didn't really matter who you brought in, or whether you brought anyone in, but because without that, there was no guideline or even framework for us to understand what we're trying to get to. Can you speak to that? Is that possible?
Yeah, I think that's a great observation, Monique. I was here during the working session, the original working session a couple of weeks ago, and I think the framework, I think, is there. I applaud the district for undergoing that work. I think that you will have to, and I think leveraging the partners that are already existing, sort of doing this work on the ground. I think there's going to need to be more time devoted to that. As you can see, there was, folks were still clamoring to talk about this. So I think having time devoted to the development of that policy, having a framework and starting point where I'm a huge fan of definitions. So I think, let's define what this looks like. I'm a huge fan, also proponent of just whiteboards and dry erase markers. Like, let's get in a room or a large room or small tables and sort of work through this. But I think that there would be specifically value in documenting what our policy, what our values are, and that's going to be the first step in holding ourselves accountable. So I think that policy work that was already started is a great starting point. I just think there's going to need to be continuous conversations and hopefully large chunks of we all don't get a whole lot of free time, but I think that's one. As we're prioritizing additional meetings, I think that there will need to be some prioritization there as well. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments? Mr. Goldstein stepped away momentarily, but he might have some comments. Okay, so if you all would, if you don't mind being patient with us. Do you have any comments, Mr. Goldstein?
I do. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Sorry about the quick absence. So let me thank you very much for your report and for the presentation tonight, and for all of the good work and advice that you and your report are giving us both tonight and in the future. I think this is a major step forward. As Monique mentioned, should we go into the MSAN conference? I'm also going to the MSAN conference. It'll be my first time, so I'm looking forward to exploring this subject with folks there. I also want to echo the laudatory comments, excuse me, from my colleagues about the report, and specifically, I want to pick up on this comment about the budget. And I agree, budget concerns are something that we always have to keep, in front of us. And that this FTE, recommended as the Chief Diversity Officer could, in a different lens, be additional classroom support. But improving a classroom child's learning and achievement through the lessons of diversity, the lessons absorbed by all students, isn't something that standard classroom assessments measure. So there is, I think, a separate qualitative benefit to that we don't consistently quantitatively measure. And so Dr. Murphy mentioned in the beginning when he introduced you that we'll be implementing these recommendations. So I'd like to ask him to bring us a set of steps and a timeline about how he will be achieving that. Oh, yeah, and a budget to do so. Okay, if there are no other comments?
Thank you, everybody. And
Julian,
I
thank
live
you
right
so
down the
much.
street, so if y'all need anything, if I can help, just let me know.
Yeah, and
All right.
we have great shows every
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
every board meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Hope to see you. Thank you very much. Okay, and the second monitoring item we have tonight is an update on the Career Center. So I want to make a few introductory remarks. I'm going to turn it over after that to Dr. Murphy to introduce the staff for this item. So the action to expand and enhance our career and technical education program began several years ago. I'm going to say 5 or 6 years ago. And there were many policy and funding actions that shaped the timing and the end state that we're driving towards. And recently we learned that the interest in and the enrollment at the Career Center is rising more rapidly than we had anticipated. And it's also squeezing our options to provide new spaces as a result. And that's why we're having this monitoring item, to find out the changes in the jigsaw puzzle that, when completed, will display the enlarged and improved Career Center. The school board's role and action is to set the parameters of the future through policy actions and funding actions. We don't decide that construction, lay-down materials will go here, or classes will meet in different rooms, or that contractor parking is going to go there. It's staff's job to navigate around the shoals and arrange the details, getting us to that end goal, and again, that's why we have these monitoring items. The Career Center campus is a machine with an extremely complicated arrangement of cogs. Changing the presence or the size or the speed of one of those cogs affects the operation of all the others. And on that campus, we need to consider build-out plans for the Career Center building, the rising enrollment of Career Center programs, achieving Arlington Tech enrollment plans, the growth of Montessori, adequate green space for all students' needs, construction timing and logistics, lay-down space for construction materials, impact of the animal science program, the future of Arlington Community High School, desires of the local community, impact on the most proximate residents, adequate parking, adequate sports and program opportunities, whether the Career Center is an option school or a neighborhood school, and we have to do all of that within the capital spending limits. And that brings me to my last point, that specifically, we have a finite amount of capital money to spend on this, and we have to do that prudently. And if we build something today as part of internal modification expansion that has to be demolished in a few years when the big build-out comes, we would not be good stewards of finite public funds. And I'm sure everyone in this room would be able to help us write what that headline would look like. So, without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Murphy to introduce this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I think I'll provide just a little bit of background, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Ben Bergen and Mr. Jeff Chambers, who have the presentation this evening. That was pretty thorough and broad spectrum there, Mr. Goldstein, of the areas covered. The only thing that I may highlight or just emphasize connected with all of this is the collaboration that has occurred and will need to continue to occur with the community, the staff, and the stakeholders around this particular site, in conjunction with working very closely, which I know Mr. Bergen and Mr. Chambers will touch on, with our colleagues at the county who are supportive in how we move forward with this, also recognizing the various community elements that are present on that site and having a responsibility to them as well. So if I could turn now to Mr. Bergen and Mr. Chambers, I want to thank them very much for the work on this presentation. I also want to thank Ms. Leslie Peterson as well as Ms. Elisa Stingle. We are going to be posting some information in conjunction with the presentation that gives a pretty good historical breadth of how things evolved and the various layering processes that were around how we've gotten to where we are. And I think this is all in the context of the recognition that we are growing, and many of the programs led by Margaret Chung, and thank you to her, at the Career Center are also flourishing. And that has really brought us to this point. So Mr. Bergen, I'll turn to you to start us off this evening.
Okay, thank you both gentlemen for that introduction. So staff has prepared a brief presentation to be in two parts. I'll handle sort of the initial portions. Mr. Chambers will take over sort of midway through, and then the various staff are available to respond to any questions you may have. So before we dive into the details, just a high-level overview with some of the punchlines that you'll hear threaded throughout. So enrollment is growing at APS, and at the Career Center side is no exception to that. And likewise, each of the last two capital improvement plans have included funds for planned growth of Arlington Tech, some of which we have expended and spent those funds in the last 2 summers in hard construction to accommodate their growth. And as Mr. Goldstein mentioned, in the interest of being responsible fiscal stewards of precious capital dollars, staff made a deliberate decision to pause future extensive renovations while the community provided input on a long-range plan for the site. The vehicle for that was the Career Center Working Group. So plans for summer construction of this year to make way of students coming in the fall were developed to keep 2 things in mind. Number 1, avoid costly permanent construction that could have to be undone in future renovation phases. And number 2, explore options for additional seats besides permanent construction. And then we expect that those more extensive renovations via permanent construction can resume once we have a concept design for the phased development of the site, and that is expected to occur with school board action in March of 2020. And lastly, as part of the summary, the community voice, as Dr. Murphy mentioned, is an important role in all of our capital projects and will continue to be an important role most immediately and directly with the BLPC and the PFRC process that will begin in September. So with that as sort of the background, the agenda is fairly simple. We strive to answer some basic questions on the screen. Where are we? How we got here? What are we doing? And how do we move forward? To start, I'll give a little context around enrollment and projected growth at the site. So as the chart indicates, the career site has both full-time and part-time students. And over the last several years, we have seen increased in enrollment, not only at Arlington Tech, which was certainly expected and planned as part of the growth of that program, but also some of the other programs at the site. And growth in any of those capacities certainly put constraints and new challenges for us to address those student needs and student enrollments. And just as an example, this fall, we expect there to be almost 180 additional full-time students at the site that we have to accommodate in some way. Just a point of clarification on the CTE courses, we're identifying that as a negative number because as Arlington Tech grows, some of those students are occupying the CTE specialized spaces that would have otherwise been available to the neighborhood schools, the part-time students. So looking toward the future, as we plan for Arlington's projected growth to a capacity of 600 students, we see that occurring in the 22-23 school year. And each year from now until then, we expect there to be an increase in student population at the site. Just for the sake of this particular chart, staff assumed that the non-Arlington Tech full-time students and the CTE students would remain stable across the next several years. And so the current CIP included 2 projects related to the Career Center site. One was the expansion of Arlington Tech, and the second was a major expansion to add an additional 800 seats. And what moving forward, staff really need to consider, we're at a point where staff need to consider those 2 projects in tandem because they affect each other, and sort of what we do with planning for one growth would impact ultimately the other programs. And so just to remind folks that the current, in addition to sort of planning for the expanded Arlington Tech growth, adding an additional 800 seats at that site involves a lot of things besides just general classrooms, and this is detailed in the current CIP. It involves including specialized spaces that currently don't exist at that site now. So that's why several of these things are listed here with a cafeteria, a gymnasium, and performing arts spaces, to be specific. And likewise, any future growth at the site, as mentioned, have to consider the parking demands and the field requirements at that location. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Chambers for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen. I think that the project itself, Arlington Tech, we started with a single project. We were looking at expanding Arlington Tech, and we toured some facilities around the country and looked at things. And it's a very unique program that was determined by some of the work that we had done early on. And we knew right away that we were going to have to accommodate the growth of Arlington Tech before any hard construction was done, and we've always anticipated that we would be doing work within the facility. So we were working towards that, and we had done some work within the building. The first year in 2017, we created a chemistry lab, physical education space, and some additional classroom space, as well as some counseling areas that were needed for the program. Essentially, every time that we, knowing the growth was coming, we would sit down and work with the administration as to what they would anticipate was needed for the population that was expected the following year. So we'd sit down in September, October for the following September to make sure that they would come back to school and have the spaces that they needed. So we had done that in 2017, it's actually in 16 to develop it for 17, and we were late and really rushed to get to these projects together. In 2018, we started a bit earlier. We actually were able to make some of the spaces much more efficient, which allowed us to add the additional classroom spaces within existing spaces in a relatively easy way. Also, we had some offices that were vacated by staff that moved from that building to this building. So it helped us find additional spaces that worked to do that. As part of that, we found that with the additional population, we had to do things like add some additional support areas, like the nurses area could no longer be a room with a cot in it. It had to actually be a nurse's facility. We had to look at restrooms with regard to the building code. As we do renovations, we needed to add accessibility to the facility. The existing facility was built a long time ago, so restroom facilities, for instance, are not that appropriate for today's needs. And then we also did a security improvement last year where we actually made a security entrance, so you actually have to enter now through the office, which prior to this you had entered through the lobby, and if you weren't intercepted, you could just go wander anywhere. So that was a good thing. We also did some updated exterior, interior spaces, ADA compliance in the renovated areas, and at that point had increased the capacity to about 300 seats. The board acted to add additional high school seats to the space, and the Career Center Working Group was established. At that time, we realized that we really shouldn't be moving forward with an independent project. At the same time, we were working through some other projects in the county, and the county was recommended that we go up, not out. The resources of sites that we have for schools are limited, so we needed to make sure that we maximized this site, which was one of the reasons why the Career Center Working Group was established. Looking at massing and density on the site, location of the library, and other important issues for the community were all addressed during that process. And we're going to be moving into the next process, which the BLPC PFRC will use some of that massing density to help determine what the project or how the project should grow or be developed through the conceptual design and into the schematic design that we typically do with the BLPC PFRC process. At the same time, Arlington Tech is not going to stop growing. We have to maintain that. So we are really looking forward to getting that information. So the easy things have been done in the building to gain additional space. We're going to have to start reconstructing sections of the building that will allow us to accommodate the growth, again, by being efficient with the use of the space, but it's going to require larger footprints, larger areas of construction that need to be done to accommodate that. And we really wanted to make sure that we have the information from that group before we start doing major renovations so that we don't have corridors going in locations that no longer work when an addition or a major project is added onto that site or that building, because we are not looking at taking the building down because we need to maintain the program in place while the construction is going on. Summer 2019 plans in preparation for the 1920 school year. Again, enrollment is rising, and that's all the programs in Arlington Tech. The majority of the full-time programs have had growth. Most of the easy internal renovations have been done. The remaining space that require renovation will be impacted by whatever that concept design is. So we looked at the opportunity of 8 classroom spaces being in relocatables this year to give us additional flexibility. We thought that was the most cost-effective way to do it. At the same time, we do have a larger full-time population. They have very little lunch choice, so this year's project was to renovate a kitchen space and provide a full-service kitchen with 2 serving lines like the other facilities would have to give students choice. And we are also looking at the equipment being mostly mobile so that it can be reused in the future should this not be a kitchen location within the existing facility, and increasing the Arlington Tech capacity up to 400 students. Again, we sat down with the administration, worked through the process, and that's how we came up with the 8 additional spaces for the full-time programs within that space for Arlington Tech to expand. The tools that we typically use and manage enrollment are relocatables, and this is in all of our schools. It's just not the Career Center. We look at program moves. We look at identifying new space where we can find it. Again, we knew, and it was discussed multiple times in the Career Center Working Group, that we anticipated the library would move in the future, but no specific date was set. Superintendent asked the county manager, the county, to help us obtain the space early. We do have an MOU that identifies the county as a permanent resident of the library until they decide to relinquish the space. So it's their action to take, not ours to take it. But I will say we are currently working with the county to address this growing enrollment and the use of the library and the library space. And it's a cordial working group. We actually had 1 meeting so far, and we are going to look at how we can coexist until they find the place that they want to be, and we can utilize the additional space after, because there are programs that are happening at different times. So we're very optimistic that we can find a way to go, but it will not happen before the fall of 2019. There's a lot of work to do to get there, but it may be part of the solution for 2020. The animal science will continue to be offered at the Career Center, as Teaching and Learning has told us. We do need to make space for students' future renovations, and a question has always been, or has been talked about since we started the process with the Arlington Tech and the Career Center with regard to the larger animals, and we're looking at the possibility of finding new homes for the pony and the 2 goats and the exotic chickens, which take a lot of real estate and a lot of space to maintain in a comfortable environment. So we're looking at those options at this point in time, and that's a question for Teaching and Learning and for the school itself. It's not a decision that facilities makes as to what should be in a facility and not. All of our work is based on the program for the facility, for the building, community input we get, et cetera, for a project. Speaking of the BLPC, the Building Level Planning Committee that's going to be started this fall, as Mr. Bergen had noted, and it being a capital project, we would be doing this. Their plan will support the high school curriculum and problem-based learning, so the space and the students and the capacity that we're looking at being in there, and also looking towards the master plan and maximizing the use of the site, utilizing some of that information from the Career Center Working Group as they see fit. It has to be flexible enough to accommodate a neighborhood or an option school, as that has not been determined as of this date. They need to address the space needs, including an addition or additions, a renovation of the remainder of the existing building to support the Arlington Tech expansion every year until it reaches its size that it's going to be, or larger if that's the choice of the board. Parking garage or parking with the sports field, how is that going to be handled and identified? And also fits with the Career Center Working Group's recommendation on the massing and density as part of the charge that they were given to determine. The timing for that is September of 19. We are looking for a BLPC kickoff, March 2020. The school board, we're looking at this point for the school board to act upon a concept design. This will inform the next CIP so that the CIP can be based on where that project is at this time and where it is going to make sure funding is available. The project really will be defined by the funding that is available for the project as it moves forward. And in June of 2020, the school would adopt the 2021 to 30 CIP. After the board adopts the concept design, again, as I noted, the Arlington Tech will be continuing to grow, so we will be utilizing the information from the concept design, from the process, from those decisions, to move forward with internal modifications as much as possible, which is our intent. We'll resume renovation of existing spaces to create more classrooms, bring Arlington Tech capacity to 600 plus seats, and depending on how the CIP moves forward, maybe we will be starting with some of the additions that will be part of phased construction for the full school at that site. Funding, we talked a bit about being fiscally responsible. In 2016, there was a bond referendum, and we had bonds sold in 2017 and 18, totaling $12 million. We have operating budget funds of $750,000. Those funds are for things that cannot be funded by a bond, short-term or short-duration items, et cetera. 2018 bond referendum, there will be a bond sale in 2019, and that will be $1 million, and another bond sale in 2021 of $5 million. So Question has been asked of us is how much has been spent as we've gone through the iterations and the work and the design and whatnot for Arlington Tech. And we've spent or encumbered as of February of 2019, $3,738,222. What we will be spending in 2019 is still yet to be determined. We're still working on some design issues. We're still looking at how do we locate relocatables and where exactly do they go, and we have to work with the county for that approval, and there will be a modification of the use permit, et cetera, that all goes with that process. But as of February 21st, we have $15 million left of the initial funds. So we are trying to be as fiscally responsible as we can, yet accommodate the growth of Arlington Tech. Question has come up through the Career Center Working Group and is asked quite often is, will this be a neighborhood high school or will this be an option program? Currently, there's pre-K-12 instructional program pathways. The IPP is taking shape. By June of 2019, we will have a roadmap for future decisions about new schools and programs. And by December of 2019, the secondary team will recommend Career Center designation that fits with the other high schools for school board adoption. And that team is very much aware that the Career Center Working Group expressed a very strong opinion that the seats at the Career Center be option seats until all amenities are identified and able to be provided. So they do know that, and we'll have to take that information into account. Next steps, we're going to continue to strengthen and build the Career Center and Arlington Tech programs to enhance the student experience. Some of the finishes and things that we did last year were to improve the building, and so students realized that they were special, they were important, and the building was not just the same old place. The first year we did a chemistry lab, and some students tried to figure out what we did until they went into chemistry. So continue working with the county to provide optimal learning environments with available resources. That includes looking at every option that we have as two organizations, two entities, how we can work together to do that. Complete the transportation parking study and historic study of the site before the BLPC process begins in September, which was a very important comment from the Career Center Working Group, and we've taken it very seriously. Kick off the BLPC PFRC work in September to develop a plan, a long-term plan that allocates the taxpayer-approved bond funds wisely, plans facilities to maximize community amenities, and accommodates the needs of current and future students in a nurturing environment, not just space. I want to reiterate the comments that were made up front. Enrollment is growing across APS. It's not just the Career Center, but it is growing at the Career Center. The last CIPs did provide funds for the expansion of Arlington Tech, and some work has been accomplished, and we're doing that to maintain and grow the program, which had a lot of applicants as of this year. APS is always focused on being fiscally responsible with bond funds for all projects. We have a lot of checks and balances that make sure that we do that, and we work very hard and diligently not to be extravagant or do things that will have to be removed from a project because we didn't plan ahead. There have been enough of those things in the past that we've noted, and we have difficult time wasting those funds. The adjusted plans for the summer of 2019 were developed with conscious decision that we did not want to build things that might have to be removed, which is why staff made the decision that we did do, and explore alternatives for providing seats while this process was paused, because we should be building a building there based on our early plans, but we know things change, and we're working with that to accommodate Arlington Tech's growth while the process was paused and before we were able to keep moving forward. When the concept design is approved, the expansion for Arlington Tech will resume on the interior of the building and making major changes within there that will work with a future concept. And the community input will continue to play a very important role in the long-range planning for that site.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for a very good presentation. And so now, let's go to the speakers.
We have 14 speakers on this topic. I will like to call you up in groups of 3, and you can line up over by the door. There's a sign on the wall, and that way we can move through the list a little more quickly. First 3 are Laura Ferguson, Dr. Christy Sawert, and Mark Baer.
And after the speakers, then we'll have comments and questions from board members.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Murphy and school board members. I am Laura Ferguson as a parent of a rising Arlington Tech student, and we are grateful for this. And as residents of Arlington Heights, we are deeply concerned that our beloved library and our newly selected high school would somehow be locked into an existential crisis. When the news broke about the trailers and the library, I had to ask myself, how was the planning so far behind the needs of our children? With the extensive planning process last year, how is it that my daughter, who loves the library and the idea of her new high school, could lose the library in exchange for being able to attend such an exciting school program? I am concerned that the expansion of the school was proposed in some kind of Faustian bargain where one of the most appealing programs, Vet Tech, would be compromised to make way for more, albeit still adorable, human kids. I am also concerned that due to space or other considerations, the after-school resources for current and upcoming Arlington Tech students are still limited to sports at home schools with no or very few options for art or music. Why are art and music important to Tech? Because deep understanding of aesthetic and the mathematical beauty of music are key components of being a well-rounded contributor in Tech. Art and music should be a foundational element of any STEM high school program. STEAM, not STEM, is a key to preparing kids for the real world of Tech, which I know well. I decided to speak today because I wanted to be the voice for sensible planning, even if it must take place at warp speed. Surely there is a plan that both provides a well-rounded foundation for Arlington Tech students, protection of our library or near the current location, and sufficient space for all of the programs. Our students are not Hermiones. They cannot be in 2 classes at once, and similarly, no amount of magical thinking will build an exponentially growing new high school in the same space as all of the other programs. We need a real-life plan with community input that preserves as much of all this good stuff as possible right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your comments.
Dr. Sawert.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Christy Sawert, and I am in my 2nd year as president of the Arlington Heights Civic Association. I was also the representative of Arlington Heights Civic Association on the Career Center Working Group. On the Career Center Working Group, I spent hundreds of hours over 9 months attending meetings and disseminating information to my community. I was shocked one night to be scrolling through Facebook, no less, to see an email from Principal Chung stating that APS requested the Columbia Pike Library space and plans to place 10 trailers on the site. Tonight we heard 3 reasons for the change from the Career Center Working Group, but none of those reasons are consistent with what APS told us during the Career Center Working Group. First, we were told enrollment is rising. I understand enrollment is rising all over APS, but to say that you did not expect the enrollment to rise at Career Center Working Group is simply not true. In fact, I went through my notes and I found a spreadsheet that we were given during the Career Center Working Group, and I can show you, anybody who wants to look at it, that the numbers are remarkably consistent. And so you knew how many kids were going to be there, what years. Second, we were told that tonight that most internal modifications have already been done. Again, that's inconsistent, and you can see on page 26 of the final report that we were told that internal modifications through 2021 would accommodate all new students. Finally, we were told that you don't want to waste money to redo the renovations. That was something that was very important to me during the Career Center Working Group. And again, we were told that construction knew what they were doing and you wouldn't have to redo anything. Sorry, let me say one more thing about transparency. If you want to engage the community, finding out about this through Facebook is not the way. You could have talked to me and I could have told the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening.
All right, as Mr. Mayor comes up, the next three speakers are Maureen Critchley, Marcus Cox, and Emily Bouchon.
Good evening, Dr. Murphy and members of the board. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Bayer. Next month, 15 years in the Penrose neighborhood. It's just gotten better and better since we've been there. I have to say, I remember 10 years ago when there was an attempt to close the Columbia Pike Library, and I look back at Arl now to see the coverage, and it was quickly determined that that was not a good idea. And I understand that the situation is different now in some ways with the enrollment, but I would also submit that particularly what we heard earlier about marginalized communities and the need for equity, a decision that would displace the library in the most economically challenged part of the county is in no way consistent with the goals that were talked about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. So I would urge that those be reconsidered. I have a question about slide 15 of the presentation that staff made, and this is sort of moving to the high school question at the Career Center. It's, quote, by December 2019, the secondary team will recommend a Career Center designation that fits with the other high schools for board adoption. And I think there's some confusion about what that word fits means. And actually, I think the verb has been giving the county fits. We've heard comparable, consistent, equal, but not the same. These are all seem to be dancing around the question of what facilities, and they're not amenities if they're present at all the other three high schools, they're facilities. What facilities will be there? And then, of course, the question of choice versus neighborhood. I would urge that this not be a neighborhood school unless it has all the facilities, the same facilities that the other three do. Slide 6 references facilities, and there's reference to the kitchen that was redone that's comparable. I don't know what the word comparable necessarily means, but I would just urge neighborhood choice school unless it has the same facilities, and don't move the library until a sufficient one is found.
Thank you for your comments this evening, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Critchley.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This week's startling revelation about the details of the College Board's admission scandal should be an awakening to all, especially when one wonders what's going on with our local school board. I'm talking about the revelation about the Career Center's plan to take hold of our neighborhood library and send us off to the netherworld. Parents and nannies walk with young children to our neighborhood library for story hours, to borrow books and other library treasures. Arlington Heights residents have walked, run, biked, and driven to the Columbia Hike Library for as long as this branch library has been in our neighborhood. The point is, APS needs to let go of any plan to move Career Center students into our library space. It's an APM problem, not a library problem. I suspect there is vacant space along the Columbia Pike corridor within walking distance of the Career Center. Don't delay any further. Go talk with the owners of the Ethiopian properties and with the CIPRO staff members about your classroom space needs. I recently borrowed and read a thought-provoking novel, Little Fires Everywhere by Celeste Ning, about a problem that divided a nice neighborhood in Shaker Heights, Ohio. For too long, APS has been in constant turmoil with South Arlington neighborhoods. Residents spend too much time fighting one fire after another. Those of us who value and want our neighborhood library to remain where it is find solace in the fact that there will be school and county board elections this year, and we're hoping that younger and better-thinking candidates will be successful in their bids for a seat on both boards, that there'll be term limitations, and that before long, there will be far fewer fires brewing in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Hi, I'm Emily Bruchon, thank you. Marcus Cox is not able to be here because he also has young children and it's gotten late. But like me, he wanted to speak about the library. Closing the Columbia Pike Library, relocating it to another neighborhood, significantly disrupting what it offers to its neighborhood now would be a terrible development for our community, as well as a breach of faith. I'm an Arlington Heights resident, I'm an APS parent, Patrick Henry. I'm a frequent patron of the Columbia Pike Library as well. My family uses the library for books and much more, kids events, grown-up events, access to online resources, informal meetups. It is the main gathering place for our community, which is intentionally, by design, walkable and diverse. I participated as an observer in many meetings of the Career Center Working Group. There were very informed and thorough discussions of different ways the Career Center site could be built out to accommodate increased student populations. But there was never any serious discussion of the library space being commandeered by the school or of any need to do so. And this is with thousands of hours of community engagement. It was maintained throughout the process that the library should stay on site or move to another location within a short walk. Taking away the library would be a major blow to our community and to our kids. I recognize that there are a lot of needs to balance on the site. The Henry student body is already being split up, but my hope and my expectation is that the community engagement process will be respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our next three speakers are Susan Hampton, Maria Durgan, and Quincy Dubois.
Hello, my name is Susan Hampton. I'm the mom of 3 children, 5th, 1st, and pre-K. Our entire family uses the Columbia Pike Library on a regular basis. I believe we have 5 to 10 books in our house, which we walked up and borrowed last week. We recently received or saw on Facebook the email indicating the Columbia Pike Library will likely be taken over and closed to give space to the Career Center. This is unacceptable. You already dismantled Patrick Henry. It seems like you must be intentionally trying to destroy our community. First, you rip apart our beloved walkable elementary school, sending a large chunk of the lower income children of color to Drew, a school that is absolutely not walkable, plus the new Drew principal admits, with the Montessori students leaving, that the test scores are markedly lower than what was reported. You cut the children, many lower income, out of the brand new shiny school, sent them to a much lower performing school. Now you're talking about taking away another place of learning that is integral to the community. We use our library. Our community needs this library. Do not close the Columbia Pike Library without having a new site under contract. Possibly P. Brennan's. I don't know what else is walkable and big enough, but you need some kind of plan. What you're doing goes against the 9 months that the Working Center for the Career Center worked into, putting in all their time and effort. The library is critical to our community. We expect transparency, and our community is watching you very closely.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Hi, y'all. I'm Pete Durgan, president of the Penrose Neighborhood Association and a member of the Career Center Working Group, and I want to echo the concerns of people who've spoken so far. When moving the library came up about 12 years ago, Penrose stood firm against moving it, and Penrose will not support closing the library and will only support moving it when a suitable space is built nearby. And I want to talk about a different but very important issue, and that is how embarrassed I feel for you members of the school board. You're consistently having to deal with missteps in communication by school administration. The letter by Principal Chung should never have gone out the way it did. The reaction was, "What, you're taking our library? That's crazy." Well, now, I know you weren't. The demographics used in the recent boundary changes were so poor that parents easily picked them to shreds. Do staff really think that parents wouldn't notice demographics conflicting with demographics that are on a different webpage on the same website? The Career Working Group asked for some idea of budget earlier in the process, We got nothing, and then the CIP came out, and we got it third hand. Thanks a lot. Pretty demoralizing for the group. The Career Center group had a very thought out report on the library. We read the letter from Principal Chung. Did anybody remember? All right, this is just embarrassing. I felt embarrassed for you. Now, school administration reports to the board. You are elected to that job. You are very nice, 5 people who love our children, and you want the best education for them. But you're the boss. It's your role. Your clients include very smart parents and a community increasingly frustrated and angry with unacceptable communications or a lack of communications, and it makes people crazy. I want you to make that pattern of unsatisfactory performance go away. I see that as your job.
Thank you, Pete. Thanks very much for coming in this evening.
And while Mr. Dubois comes forward, the next 3 speakers are Adam Henderson, Kathleen McSweeney, and Hamilton Humes.
First, I'd like to take a moment to thank everybody for being here tonight. My name is Quincy Dubois. I am a junior. I take a course at the CTE portion of the Career Center in Arlington Tech. The course that I'm enrolled in is actually animal science. I wanted to take a moment to address the fact that a large part of our curriculum is being taken away. Our livestock, our 2 goats, our miniature horse, and our chickens would be needed to be relocated and found new places for, likely far away. These are senior animals that have lived there their entire lives. That's really not the point that I'm trying to make at the moment, though. You know, the part of the reason that enrollment in Arlington Tech and this Career Center is rising is because it's a unique program with classes that aren't offered in similar ways across the whole nation. You know, many of the classes here are unparalleled, and animal science is definitely one of them. In such an urban area, it's a rare sight to see animals that being used as a direct learning tool the way that they are here. I appreciate the gentleman's sort of jovial take on the pony and the goats, but these animals aren't circus tricks. They're learning tools, and we're learning to care for them, and we're learning to keep their spaces clean and keep them healthy and utilize them and all the other animals as resources for our community. They're not exotic animals. These are laying hens and a rooster. We have endless uses for these animals. These are genuine learning tools, and the students get such great value out of these tools. And I think that when you take away part of what makes Arlington Tech and the Career Center great, you're negating the fact that the new students who come into this place won't have what they wanted, which is a great school with remarkable things, and you're taking those away. So it's a counterproductive measure, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Quincy. I'm going to ask people to stop applauding and use the hand motion, please. Thank you very much for coming in this
Henderson?
evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me and allowing me to speak. My name is Adam Henderson. I am president of the Douglas Park Civic Association for the last 4.5 years. I have been the chair of the Pike President's Group, which is an organization of 11 Pike neighborhoods. In my tenure as chair of the PPG, I have spent a lot of time building on the work of my predecessors in articulating and formulating a vision for the Career Center space and how it integrates within the Arlington and the Pike community. It's a key part of what we love about the Pike. It's a linchpin for the Pike. When this board and the Arlington County Board decided to commission the Career Center Working Group 1.5 years ago, I was very encouraged because I felt there was a real outreach, a real sense of engagement, both from schools and from the community at large. The Career Center Working Group reported monthly to the Pike President's Group. We kept up to date on everything that was going on, and we felt that the thousands upon thousands of hours that were expended by that group were very thoughtful and useful in moving the vision forward of an integrated jewel for the Pike. I want to just reiterate, though, how much this last announcement has done to damage that spirit of cooperation, in my opinion. The lack of thought, the lack of engagement with the community at large was just shocking. And to find out on Facebook is, as an earlier speaker said, unacceptable. I truly hope that as we've looked at this presentation tonight and what the plans are, that the board and APS staff will act with a spirit of cooperation and transparency to engage with us all proactively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Thanks for coming in this evening.
Ms. McSweeney?
Good evening. I'm Kathleen McSweeney. I was the chair of the Career Center Working Group, and I don't want to go over some of the testimony that you've already heard. I do have to say, though, that I completely align myself with the facts that were given to you by Christy Saward, because everything she said is absolutely accurate. And she even gave you page numbers, so I don't have to do that. As you know, I'd written an email or a letter to all of you asking if the Career Center Working Group could actually have another meeting, because I felt that we needed some additional information and certainly some additional engagement with the community. We had spent a lot of time trying to build trust with the community through the Career Center Working Group that met from January through August of last year and provided you with a very detailed report in September. And I have to be honest with you, I feel that the last couple of weeks has probably done a little bit to erode some of the trust that has been built. But in terms of the questions I asked you, I asked for information on the history of the agreement. Thank you for providing that tonight. It is clear that now it is up to the county to actually leave the library space, and that APS has made the request for them to do so. So I would think that those who are actually concerned about the county leaving the library should actually make their plea to the county, because the ball is in their court, apparently. I'd like to make a factual correction to slide 10. While, yes, we did talk about moving the library, it was within very specific parameters, and it was to give it frontage on Columbia Pike, when hopefully the properties that could be are up for sale could be acquired by the county to to create frontage on Columbia Pike that would actually house the library. So I think it is disingenuous to actually say that we talked about moving the library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in this evening, Kathleen.
Hello, I'm Hamilton Humes, or Elias's dad in this case. And just, it's kind of a nice excuse to be able to see neighbors and friends in a kind of different setting. But I'd like to start by thanking you guys for dedicating your time and your effort to improving the community. APS faces a lot of really tough challenges. We have so many more students, and we have very expensive real estate and very tough decisions. So I don't think any of us think there are any easy answers out of here when you're trying to move thousands of kids around. The only main things I want to say is the Arlington Tech program has been a great program, and a key part of that has been the animal sciences. And I think a lot of us, when we first saw the news, immediately say, hey, wait a minute, is this the first step for getting rid of the animal science? And really hope that wouldn't be, because that's a very unique program, and certainly one that brought my son to the school. The only other thing is with the relocatables, I keep on wanting to say trailers, but I get corrected, that as a project-based learning school, as whether the school board would consider letting some of the projects be, what can the kids do with this space, and can possibly do the trailers to make them more fun and interesting places to learn, and modify them, because they've done great projects for NASA and others, and that might be another one that could be done. But I know that sometimes there are rules in construction, so that'd be my one request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening, sharing your comments with us.
All right, our final two speakers are Sebastian Dual and Cheryl Stein.
Hello.
One student signed up. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Sebastian Dual, and I'm here with some of my classmates from the Arlington Career Center. We take animal sciences at the Arlington Career Center. And There have been some, well, we know about the trailers moving in. There's also been some rumors about further cutting into the animal science program because, we all thought, when we saw it, like previously mentioned, is this the first step for cutting further in? So I would like to explain, why these animals are so important to the program. So the animal science program, I would say, is one of the greatest assets of both the Career Center and the community. It gives the students the experience that's essential to animal care, and it's something that no other high school in the state or anywhere around really can compete with. Animal science is a subject that requires hands-on learning, and it really embodies everything the Career Center is going for. And I mean, I've seen people who've had really a good technical understanding of animal sciences go into the class and just realize how much of a difference it makes to have that hands-on experience with those big animals that you can't really see anywhere else. And one of the things is, of course, we're losing the mini horse, and we're losing the goats, the ruminants, and all the game birds, the chickens, except for, one dove. So pretty much all of those competencies that are part of animal science are being removed. So this could really damage some reputations with capstone partners, because I know we have a lot of partners, for like internships and other stuff that's related with capstone at the Career Center. And if we don't have those competencies, I can't say that those are really going to stay strong. So overall, I hope that when the trailers are eventually removed, that we can hopefully either bring back any of the senior animals that hopefully are still alive at that point back to Career Center, or get new ones, because I think these big animals and these specialty animals are really important for the Career Center. And in the last 30 seconds, I would like to say that I agree that these are senior animals. These aren't that easy to relocate. The horse is the mini horse is 22 and diabetic, needs special care. So any place that we can relocate it to, there's gonna be a long waiting list to get into somewhere that can properly take care of it. I mean, I've looked around, from what I can see, it's like a year or two waiting list. So I hope you take that into consideration, and thank you.
Thanks very much for coming in this evening. Thank you.
And our last speaker, Cheryl Stein.
Last but hopefully not least. Hi, I'm Cheryl Stein, and I'm the mother of a sophomore at Arlington Tech. And having a kid at Arlington Tech at this early stage, I liken to having put my son in an airplane that is in flight, and they are building it while the plane is going. And so I've had to suspend a lot of belief on a lot of things and have some trust and faith in the system. When we started 2 years ago, we were told there would be enough space. We're building, but we will have enough space. We will have all sorts of reconstruction projects happening. And yes, it might happen while the kids are there, but we're going to make space because we're increasing. Then, as we keep using that phrase, they pressed pause this year. And they did not press pause on the recruitment of students. And so now we have 150 kids joining us, theoretically, and we don't have enough space for them, plus any other kids who might be in other programs. I believe 180 kids was the number that I heard this evening. My kid's been in a trailer since 4th grade, and you can dress it up however much you want, but they leak and they suck. There's just no two ways about this. And the thing that drew him here was the animal science program. He's in his 2nd year of it. And frankly, people make light of the large animals. Last year, these kids went and did a program through Virginia Tech, an equine program, and they could do that in part because of Snickers, that mean little mini horse. And I'm tired of the fact that the APS's lack of planning is going to impact my kid. You can talk all you want about these plans, about things will start again in 2020. My kid, assuming he passes things, will hopefully be a graduate in 2021.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in this evening. Board members, do you have questions or comments for staff members on the presentation? I do. We could move on. All right, Tanya, you want to start?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the speakers coming out tonight. and waiting for this presentation. I have two things I think I want to state. In one of the slides, and this, thank you for this, I know there's a lot of work put into making sure that this presentation was clear, concise, and answered a lot of the questions we had received, and I thought it was really, it did a decent job at that. Thank you. I know how much work and effort was put, so I just want to thank you for that. There was, I think it's slide 4, and I think this question is probably to Dr. Murphy and maybe teaching and learning. We have part-time CTE part-time students that are attending CTE courses, and I noted that there is going to be a decrease next school year. And so I am curious as to what the plan is on how we're managing students who are enrolling from the schools. I think we're in the CRFS process now, so how do you decide who gets in and who doesn't? Are we going to have even representation from all 3 schools? I don't know if H.B. Woodlawn participates in the Career Center program. So I'm curious, and I do think we should share that with our students, because I think historically we've accepted all students who apply for a CTE course unless a particular class was full.
So the principals of our neighborhood high schools have been working with Margaret Chung at the Career Center to, as we're going through the course request process, ensure that each of the high schools has an equitable distribution of seats to the CTE courses. We could provide that information to you if you wanted to have it as a follow-up. I just want to assure you that that distribution is equitable across the schools. And they've been working on it because with this growth, we have had to make some shifts to some of the enrollment for the classes.
Do you know if the students have been, has it been communicated clear to the students that they really need to pick 2 alternatives, and that just because, or perhaps the question is, how do students, if they don't get into the CTE course they want, which seems more likely to happen next year with the people who choose, how, or do they know? Because it usually takes 2 classes. So are counselors informing them? I mean, are we working through this? I'm assuming we are, but I think it's important to note that. And as I'm saying this, I'm realizing that we probably, if you've signed up for animal science, and animal science is very popular, you may not have gotten in anyway because there weren't enough slots for animal science, correct? So we already have a system in place, and this is just going to continue.
Yes, and the counselors and the principals are working with the students on that. So yes, they are informed.
Okay. And so then I think the question then goes to, so the goal is then to keep it consistent at 651 slots for the CTE students in accordance with slide 5. As we move forward, we're going to hold those slots for the students and build with that growth in mind.
Let me add, that's more of an assumption that we put in there. We don't know the number of CTE classes, the number of kids who are going to enter into those CTE classes the following year. So we just kept that number constant.
And I will say that through the pre-K-12 instructional program pathways process, one of the things that we are looking at are multiple pathways, right? Pathways meaning both options and neighborhood schools, as well as what are the specific programs that we're offering across schools, and what might that look like in the future, right? 5 years out, 10 years out. And so with this number, it could potentially shift, but right now we've held it constant based on the other information.
Okay, so this number is not an expectation that it will be held constant. This is just an assumption. Okay, so I'm just going to share my concern as we grow, and I appreciate the work that the IPP is going to do. As we grow, there are budgetary impacts on creating something like auto tech or physical therapy at all of our high schools. So as we grow, I want us to consider the things that we cannot move, that our students at all of our high schools still have opportunities to take those. And so that we're very intentional as to what we're able to bring into the comprehensive high schools. If we can't do it from a budgetary piece, then we hold these seats for those students. And we just have to have a very transparent conversation about how we manage that, because I don't want to support one thing and take away from another thing that's affecting all of our students.
And that is part of our dialogue as we're talking through the instructional program pathways.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention, Dr. Murphy, I think this is probably directed to you. I do have a lot of concerns about losing our larger animals in the animal science project. And in the animal science department of the Career Center's programs, it is not something that I support, and I would really like to figure out if there's a way to keep that part of the program intact. I know that that discussion has been out the last couple of weeks with the letter that Principal Chung sent, and it's just something that I really don't want us to lose that. I had 2 children who went through the animal science program. Growing up in a city, growing up in an urban environment, and not having access to that, I think it's so important and such a value that we have here in Arlington that we provide students that access. And I understand that we have constraints, but I think if there's a way to make that happen, I'm really not happy with moving in that direction. And I know that it has to be board direction, and I'm one board member, but I just wanted to share that. And thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Other board members? Comments? Barbara?
Yeah, let me follow up on, first on Tanya's point, and I want to get more specific about the follow-up request. Specifically, I think what we need to know is how many students have filled out their course request forms from the comprehensive high schools, asked for CTE courses as their first choice, and are not getting them because we don't have the space. And it's a bit of work, but we need to see that by class, by subject area. For example, what is the demand for animal science that we're not fulfilling? What is the demand for some of the other EMT and the other courses there? But if we have students, this was one of the things that we always promised the community as we went forward with Arlington Tech, which we're all huge fans of, but we're also all huge fans of the part-time program and the opportunity for our comprehensive high school students to take those courses. I know is something that I heartily support. It's all over our portrait of a graduate that we're building and expanding on work-based experiences and career skills and job skills. So we want to make sure we keep that program strong. I'm afraid, now that Ms. Valento pointed this out, that line's going to be, we've got more high school students coming up into high school. I mean, and especially when you look at, those cohorts. Every freshman class is a couple hundred students bigger than the previous, and that's going to happen for the next 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 years at least. So the demand for part-time, even if some of them might have been the Arlington, some students are now becoming Arlington Tech full-time students, but the demand has to be going up. So, so follow up on how many students are getting rejected this year. Also, want to combine that with the fact that I know it's only, I think, Tier 2 in our budget, a proposal to reduce our vocational teachers in our high schools, that we're also entertaining that. And again, we know we don't want to make those cuts, but the combination of those two things really is of concern for how many students may be unable to take their first and even second choice elective courses. So would appreciate more information on that. And then that all leads into the question, Mr. Chambers, I wanted to ask you about, or both of you really, the sequence of events coming up between this fall and this spring. So I am hopeful that when we hit our CIP season in the spring, that we are going to find a little more debt capacity than we saw in 2020. I'm hopeful that with the budget possibly going, revenues are a little better than they were. That gives us actual debt capacity. We see Arlington Tech growing. We know we have a seat deficit, even based on this plan. If we only have 600 students in Arlington Tech in 2022, then our high school seat deficit starts growing to 300 and then 600 students in 2024. That's countywide, but it's a big deficit for our high schools. So I would love personally to see Arlington Tech grow continuously beyond the 600, up to 800, 1,000, as we get into those interim years. And that may be before we build that, and then with the permanent seats come online. So the question becomes, we may be able to do something like that when we get to our CIP in the spring. But this fall, you're actually bringing the BLPC together. And the BLPC is traditionally told to do what our current CIP says. The current CIP says parking garage and field in 2023, 800 seats in 2025. So my question is, how can those, what can the BLPC do this fall in order to inform the CIP process and possibly adapt? See what I mean? There's like an adapting process both ways. If they meet first and recommend a concept design for 800 seats, and we go into the CIP and actually believe we can expand faster or differently, then we have a disconnect. So what's the solution?
I think the one thing that we have to look at with regard to the BLPC PFRC is the Career Center Working Group set up a maximum that we should be looking towards. And as part of the process, we need to be looking at, in the concept and the schematic designs that we typically put together to get to the CIP, we're looking at them to be able to inform what the complete build-out would be, whether it's all designed, but the way we've talked about all of the features that are desired to be in the building, we're going to have to look at it as a phased construction. If more funding is available, it can be a larger project, that gets built in the initial phase or phases. But that's got to be determined as we go through. But the BLPC really is going to need to look at the full build-out of the site, and because you also have to look at, future additions are going to have to be done while the building is occupied, just like this initial work is going to have to be done while the building is occupied. So we have to look at how does that work, and the BLPC is going to have to inform into that to some degree. I don't think it's going to be fully developed for things that are in the future, because as we all know, it's going to change, but we know where the addition is going to go. We know what the massing will be, and what was intended to be in that spot, so that we can plan for that, and hopefully any changes to be as universal as possible for educational use.
So just to confirm what you said then, so the BLPC, and we do have a number of scenarios that the Career Center Working Group considered. So the BLPC will then, and we can charge them too, to look not just at the 800 seats, but at
What
how to
you want it
build
to be.
out to those other scenarios and seat numbers and things like that.
Right. Because it's all going to impact the parking requirements and all of the other site requirements that we have. So we have to look at how do we maximize the site, how is this going to happen? So we have to look at that as part of that.
Okay, and to confirm also, that process, I think you said in your presentation that that process would solidify your
Work inside the building.
the work so that you're no longer in pause mode, that you would then the following summer, not just say, more relocatables because Arlington Tech is growing, but you would be able to then follow through, start doing more internal and other types of renovations.
It could be an addition. I don't know where it's going to go with the BLPC process, I mean,
Even the summer of 2020, if it fits into the build-out, you might be looking at an addition.
when the funding is available, whatever the funding limitations are, because initially we were going to do internal modifications and we were going to build to handle Arlington Tech's growth for the 600 full seats. But we paused that because we didn't want to put an addition where it would be in the way of future growth of the building.
Okay, and I'm just going to repeat that one more time. So you could do such a thing in the summer of 2020, in addition. In the timeline, the funding is...
Well, it's still going to take the time to design it and to construct it.
That's why I'm asking, can you do it then in the summer of...
No, it would not be available by 2020, no. What would be the earliest if we were given direction? Yeah. I mean, we would have to look, we'd have to come back to get you that information on if we were given a direction to go, how long would it take to put the project together from that standpoint?
Okay. But your expectation is nevertheless that we will be able to do interim phases to address that growth? And
Correct.
it won't be more relocatables beyond the 8 that you're talking about? I know you
can't-
don't want to promise that,
I
but
can't guarantee
it's-
that there won't be relocatables, but it's part of the mix that we have to look at to how do we do that. But we are not looking at wanting to have permanent 10-year relocatables on the site for Arlington Tech. That's never been the goal. We want to make sure that we get whatever constructed in a time frame that is reasonable for the growth of the program. We're committed to providing the space for the program to grow as it's planned to grow. And we deal with it every year in a way that we can adjust it and modify it because, things change as we go and how, requirements, for instance, the nursing suite that was not anticipated, and we weren't really looking at doing the full cafeteria, but it's needed, those types of things.
Yeah. And, we said last year, and it continues to need to be said, we're having conversations all the time about this. We need to keep doing it. We'll be talking with the county, the community, working with you all. You guys are working with county staff, doing planning. I mean, there's really so much. There's so many dimensions to this. And sometimes we'll stumble as we did, but we're trying to write everything. Final point, just to make it even more complex, having heard from several of the students about the integrity of the animal science program and especially the competencies, and this is really perhaps for Dr. Murphy and Dr. Natras. We did approve, I did go back and check, we approved in our program of studies, which we take very seriously. We had a very extensive discussion in the fall about that. We did approve animal science as it exists, and it is defined as a large animal program in the program of studies. And animal science at the college level is a large animal. I mean, it is a large animal study. And, I agree with Ms. Talento. I'm a fan of keeping that program intact and concerned about, that what the students raised about the competencies that those students are learning and ensuring that we continue to have those. Is there a way, I guess I'm really asking a facilities question. Is there a way to keep the animals on site or nearby so that that program can continue? And if we have to pause it for 1 year because of the current plan, will we be able to build that space back for that longer? Is there a response?
I would have to look into, what is needed for the large animals. And
Let me jump in here for
Right.
a minute. I think we've heard testimony this evening from the students. I think we've also heard from the board. I want to clarify a couple things about the animal science, which have been confusing and also cross-referenced. The animal science program is not going away, okay? That's number one. And I think people are confusing the status of the large animals with the animal science program going away. The animal science program is going to continue. Number two, I've heard from several of you on the board that you would like for us to attempt to secure the animals in some way, shape, or form, either here in Arlington or adjacent to the Career Center facility. We will work on that. I don't have a plan right now, but it is something that I'll make a commitment to you that we will work with Principal Chung on at this point in time. So I understand sort of the breadth and the scope of it, and what the next steps would be with that. So, and the value of all these aspects of our programs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy?
Thank you. It's getting late, so I'm going to be very clear in my remarks, but I want to start by acknowledging that as a board member for the entire school system, the first thing I have to do is thank you guys, thank your staff, because you are bringing 5 new facilities online this year. There is no other part of this county that is doing that. 5 projects on time, within budget, in an economy where costs for construction are off the charts. We are pulling that off. Your eyes are on those balls. So for me, when I was surprised that we weren't on this in the way that I thought we were, that I had thought we were, I have to pull myself back from that disappointment and realize what you are doing. And in this community, every dollar that we overspend on those projects is going to take from these future projects. So I first have to say thank you, because these projects are coming in on time, on budget, with the exception of the Ham School, which has to do with water that we could not have anticipated. So thank you. That said, I think, I was surprised to learn that the parallel paths of developing the 800 seats in Arlington Tech was not happening. Barbara and I joined the school board, and one of our first actions was to create enthusiastically Arlington Tech. And at that time, and it's one thing I wanted to confirm with you on slide 7, you want to go back to it if you want, it wasn't that the intent was to plan every single year for the additional students and the renovation for that summer. There was actually a plan for how to accommodate 600 students for Arlington Tech in that building, and that is what we did. We planned based on what we knew we could do, and I saw those plans, member of the community saw those plans, and we committed those plans to these parents and to these children. And many of them are going to have their kids go through that program within that period of time. So while I understand the 5 schools, and I'm so appreciative of that, the disappointment I have on something that I voted for, I made sure there was funding for, and I was really surprised that our default for efficiency and cost effectiveness was to put relocatables behind the building and not renovate. Now, on us, on the board, is that we added 800 seats there, and you are being prudent again with our funds and asking to wed those up. So that leads me to my request. I want to serve the students who are in that building. I want to maintain, and I want them to know that we are committed to Arlington Tech. So what I would like, Dr. Murphy, is our commitment to be that these students be within that building as soon as possible, Arlington Tech. And I would ask my board members, maybe we need to give direction to this effect, that once the BLPC is done and you pretty much know what you're going to do, you have the funds. We already have the funds to do the addition up, probably, maybe out. We already have those funds to do it. We've allocated those, and you've cared for those very, very carefully, that we expend those funds as quickly as possible so that Arlington Tech can be housed within that building. And if there's some miraculous solution and the library finds a lovely place in Brennan's or something like that, I don't know where, if that were to happen and at the county's choice, we obviously could use a library and it would make this work very well. But we have the money, we have the plans. Could we please execute those to minimize the use of relocatables? I'm very concerned about students being in relocatables during a major construction project. I think it's untenable. They will be it's not like they'll be on the other side of the campus as they were in other projects. In this one, they're going to be right next door to them. So if we can please commit to, I understand the pause, I don't like it, but I understand it. Thank you for everything you're doing. But if we could please, as soon as that BLPC is done, as soon as we know where those hallways are going to go, where the building's going to be, start on that project. I lived through the entire building at Jefferson being renovated internally. It can be done. Kids are flexible. It can get done. I would hope it could be done by the beginning of the 2020 school year. So that would be my request, that we get that done for these kids, because we have obligated ourselves to do this to these courageous students who have come forward and volunteered to be in this pilot program, and I want to do the best for them. So could we please try to minimize relocatables and do the build if possible?
And Ms. Van Dorn, I very much appreciate your advocacy and also the way that you have framed this but I feel like I need to have an obligation and to manage expectations, as you've heard me say over the course that you've known me. I don't want to put staff in a difficult place, but I think based on the little bit of knowledge that I have, it would be unrealistic right now to say that we could come off the BLPC project and be ready for the fall of 2020 to have students inside the building. We can have staff get back to us on that, but the projects that we launch here, and this is a little bit unique, it does take us, and this is from concept to fully loaded buildings, it does take us 4 to 5 years. Now, this is an addition, and it's different, but I'm not sure realistically we could say once the BLPC finishes that we would be ready to go in the fall of 2020 with students occupying a structure. But I don't know, gentlemen, if you want to comment or you want to simply say
I'm really not looking for a commitment because that's not fair to do. I'm really not. I'm just asking for basically a philosophy that we go at that knowing once the BLPC is done, what can we go back to and look at a major additional renovation inside existing space. If the library becomes available, expand into that. That be something we'll really try very hard to do. And I'm just talking about minimizing relocatables, because that was not what we told our families we were doing. That's all I'm looking for, an effort to do that so it doesn't fall off the chart again and then we don't eat. We're very good at relocatables now. I would like us to avoid that, so that's all I'm asking. And that maybe we constantly have an update and let the parents know and bring the community along with us as we do it. But it's also why I would encourage the county to find a permanent home for that library so we could use that space. That would be something I would hope that they would do. So I support that request, but with the library having a home. That would be my request. And the last thing I want to say is this is the third board member saying I would very much like the animal science program to stay. I think when I grew up in an area where there was vocational agriculture, growing up learning those skills is very, very important. And having that opportunity for our students in this urban environment is really important. And I would not have made, again, I understand why, thank you very much for everything you're doing. I understand why we're approaching this, but I would really like to look at things like considering the Montessori program across the street or finding some kind of space there where we keep those animals and keep that program, because I do know that caring for large animals is a part of the curriculum, and we should be doing that. So I wholeheartedly support keeping that in the program, and chickens are not exact animals. They are farm animals. They're animals. They're just animals. So I really don't, I would like us to tone down the glib statements about we're getting rid of the weird animals. We're getting rid of parts of the curriculum, and we shouldn't do that, and I would really like us not to. So thank you again for everything you're doing. I understand the pause. I wanted the community to know that there really was and continues to be an overall plan. You're just prudently marrying up two projects that we foisted into one area. Thank you, community, for being so patient. 20 years from now, we're going to look back on this and read it in the newspaper. You're going to have a beautiful school, a great facility, a wonderful thing for your community, and I'm sorry that it's all get mushed up, but we're going to get it straight.
Thank you. Monique, would you like to go?
Yes, thank you so much. I want to thank you for the presentation. I think that earlier communications from APS created some questions and concerns in our community, and I hope that the slides have helped to clarify some positions. The community had questions, and I'm happy they brought them to us tonight. And I just want to say that I do look forward to collaborating with our friends on the county board to try to figure out how to move forward in a way that respects the whole community. I have a question regarding slide 15, which is about the pre-K-12 instructional programs. It says that we should have, by June 2019, APS will have a roadmap for future decisions about new schools and programs. And by December 2019, its secondary team will recommend the Career Center designation that fits. It seems to me that the BLPC is going to start in September 2019. And I would love it for the BLPC when it starts to be able to have a better understanding of what they may be planning for from the beginning. Having served on a BLPC as a regular citizen and now having been the school board liaison, I think it's helpful to understand what the members are planning for. And so I don't know if there's any way to tighten up that schedule so that the soonest that the BLPC can get that information, the better they'll be able to move forward with the planning, because I know every meeting at those, on that committee counts. So hopefully, if that's something that can be considered, that would be great. I don't know if we want to respond to that.
We can look at those timelines.
Okay, that would be very helpful, because I do see this site as an incredible opportunity for our community. I see it as a, Arlington Heights community has been very kind in saying that they would welcome this sort of facility, and I want to make sure that the community has the opportunity, and all the members of the BLPC and PFRC have the opportunity to weigh in to help design know what they're designing for. Additionally, I just wanted to also say that I do think the animal science program, and I know that it's more than the larger animals, but I do think the larger animals are an important aspect of that program. We've heard from our students and we've heard from parents that it really takes the students to another level. So if we can have conversations about, and we can have some opportunities to understand what some new options might be, so that we can continue to keep those animals within the program, hopefully within the site, even though I know we are having some movement of we have some trailers coming online. I would love to have that conversation. I appreciate the community coming forward and advocating for it, and I understand them. I understand the rationale and the conversations, and I appreciate them tonight on all the different levels around the Career Center. So just want to add my voice to that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have any follow-ups? Or if not, I'm going to give my remarks and close this out. Okay, thank you. So let me ask a couple of questions on the facts, and then I'll offer some comments. So on slide 4, could you go to that, please? Yeah, so on the bottom line there, the bottom line of numbers, the number of part-time students has been declining over the last 4-ish years. And do we know why that is?
Part of it is because of the growth of Arlington Tech, right? So if you look, you've got 40 students in 2016-17 that have increased to 111, and then we have the 859 that have decreased to 839, and then you see the additional growth in 2018 and the reduction in 2018.
So we're converting them from part-time Career Center students to full-time Career Center students?
We cannot make that assumption.
Okay. All right. Where I was going with this question was, that 651, which, as Lisa said, we've just kind of projected it out, is that a function of the amount of space that we have to accommodate part-time students? So for instance, there is one auto repair facility there that that cannot be replicated by just adding classrooms. Correct. And it has a finite number of students for its capacity, partly because of OSHA requirements and just partly because it's got a finite size. So is that true for all the rest of the programs we have there, which says to us we can really only accommodate 651 from the part-time students from the comprehensive high schools?
So part of it is that our Arlington Tech students take 2 CTE courses in 10th and 11th grade, right? So then when you get to that finite number for automotives, when you get to the finite number for some of the other courses, yes. And that's why, as we're looking at this, we have the proportional allocations for the other high schools for some of those part-time CTE courses.
Okay, but, so I didn't hear you say that we've got a finite space limit.
We do have a finite space limit.
And I'm sure we certainly do in certain courses, like, you know, cosmetology or auto repair or something like that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
But we haven't figured out a number for what that is.
We could tell you currently how many students we have space for in each one of those programs.
Is that the
Because of
651?
the finite.
Or
That's
the
total,
708?
right? That's the total. So it depends on what the specialization is. As we've said, like the automotive program only can have so many. If we look at something like cybersecurity, they can potentially go into other classroom spaces, right? So it's about that space allocation. And at some point, it does become limited because of the size of the building, unless we are adding relocatables to the site.
So depending on what courses are the desired ones, that would then affect the actual capacity.
Correct, but even if they're desired, if we don't have that specialized space at
Right,
the site, we still can't expand it.
right, gotcha.
For all of the reasons you've talked about.
Okay, thank you. That clears up some of that for me. And could you go to slide 15, please? Excuse me, and what, in the third bullet there, what did you mean by fits? A career center designation that fits with other high schools?
So part of what we've talked about with the instructional program pathways is looking at APS comprehensively and thinking about what is the complement of programs that we have across the school division that our students have access to. And so when we talk about fits with the other high schools, we want to have a program that allows for our students to have a broad selection. So we have IB at Washington Lee. Would it then make sense to have an IB program at the Career Center? Most likely not, right? Because we already have it at Washington Lee. And so we're talking here about having a complementary kind of menu of options for our students across the division. That's what we mean by fits.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me give a few comments here. Let me start with animal science. My daughter also was a huge fan of the animal science program, took it for many years, loved it. Probably that's responsible for her interest and attitude towards animals today. It is not impossible for us to maintain the animal science program, to maintain the goats and the chickens and the small horse, and even add more. It's the trade-offs that we have to acknowledge. The trade-offs are space and time and money. And so we can certainly do that, but something's going to give somewhere along the line. And at some point, staff may come back and say, yeah, we can't make that timeline anymore, or we're going to need some more money, and we have to be ready for that. It's not impossible to do, but there's trade-offs for everything. If and when staff comes back and says, yep, we maintain the animal science program, but we're not going to be able to have the spot for some other use, and therefore the timeline is going to be extended, will everybody at this table and everybody in this room say, oh, I understand that, that's okay, because we wanted that animal science program? Which leads me to say that it's easy to look at each element of this campus through a soda straw and say, oh, I really like this, let's expand that, can we do something with this? But, I'll go through the list again that I said earlier, of all of these things going on this campus, this is what, 11 acres? Career Center campus, 12 acres?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest.
I think it's in that range. It doesn't get any bigger. We have layered on and layered on and layered on interest and requirements and funding to put more and more and more stuff there, and it's complicated. It gets complicated when we do that. We want 600 Arlington Tech students, and then we added 800 high school seats, and then we moved Montessori there, which for which we need to contemplate its growth. And then, of course, with all of that, there has to be necessary parking, expanded parking. And then, because of the expansion, we need a full nurse suite instead of a cot, and we need different bathrooms. And we're now contemplating, as a result of the discussion here at the board table, possibly new requirements and new direction as part of next year's CIP. You can't look at this stuff through a soda straw. It's all interrelated, and it's going to get more and more and more complicated. And when there's a hiccup in one thing, it's going to affect a lot of other things. I'm dismayed to hear some of the discussion from the board table that speculates about this kind of expansion and improvement and, you know, additional planning, because planning from the board table is not a great idea. It energizes the community who hears a particular thing and then absorbs it as an expectation. We've got to remember that there are a boatload of things going on that campus, and we want all of them to succeed. And the more things we add, the more complicated it gets. Can we do it? Sure, we can do it. But it's going to take maybe more money, or it's going to take more time, or it's going to have to be moved around to a space that isn't what we had idealized in the beginning. The Career Center Working Group gratefully gave us a lot of recommendations that are going to inform the future steps of the Career Center development and also the charge that we make to the BLPC. And while the Career Center Working Group envisioned a perfect synchronization, and maybe perfect's too strong a word, a synchronization of the use of the library real estate at exactly the point that APS needs to build there and dovetails perfectly with a move of the library to a new and a nearby space at exactly the right time. Unfortunately, fact-of-life realities often throw a monkey wrench into that, into the best laid plans. Nobody likes it when their plans go awry, but plans are just that. They're plans. And to achieve our goal of the build-out, to accommodate rapidly rising enrollment, we adjust our plans. And it's the necessary and it's the responsible thing to do. So in January last year, we asked the Career Center Working Group to envision and to plan for expansion on the Career Center campus. In June, we set a completion date for that, for the major expansion piece that was based on the funding that we could make available through that CIP. That date is the start of school in 2025. Last fall, the Career Center Working Group reported their vision and their plan for something that would come to fruition in 7 years. In the meantime, we're going to be affected by actual enrollment growth, by a concept plan that's projected for March of next year. After the BLPC starts its work in September, we'll be affected by a new CIP in June of next year. That will reflect the new debt availability based on what happens at the end of this current budget cycle and also the one next year. We'll be affected by rising costs in the construction industry. We'll be affected by the development of the instructional program plan. We will be affected by the weather. We have a notion of how and where and when construction will proceed on that site. And those details are going to get firmed up, and they're going to get adjusted and re-firmed up and reaffirmed and readjusted as the changing realities affect how we achieve the end goal, which we all want to achieve. So the Career Center Working Group provided a recommendation consistent with their charge, and those recommendations will act as a good guideline of the future end state we want to achieve, and it's been informed by community interests. But it's not reasonable to assume that a report produced 7 years before the end product is going to act as an immutable set of action steps from which no deviation is allowed. Do we love the punches and rolling with the punches? No. But can we work with the situation, with our county partners, with the community, and with our resources to replan? Yes, most assuredly we can. Interest in the library space is natural for us. It is right next to where we have growing enrollment. It's responsible for us to ask to speed up the library move. And the library will move when the county makes that decision to do it. APS is not forcing the library out, as was mentioned a couple of times earlier. There was an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. It says that the county is a permanent resident there until they make the decision to relinquish that space. Finally, what I believe we need for this campus is a master plan that describes each element, its relationship to the whole site, its future plans, including the timeline and the cost. And staff has some of this information now, but the master plan can't be completed until we have a concept design, which is a product of the BLPC, which doesn't begin its work until September. And similarly, it needs the next CIP before it's complete. And even when it's complete, it will be a master plan that will adjust over time and not be an image chiseled in stone for all time like Mount Rushmore. So this is what I'm looking for, is a master plan. I know it's going to take us a while to get there, but you know, I'm not going to go through that big list again of all of those things happening on the campus. But they all have to work together. They necessarily affect each other, and we want to bring them all to fruition. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you all for your comments. And I'm prepared to move to the next item. Thanks very much.
Same guys.
Sorry?
Next item is the same guys.
It's the same guys. All right. And, okay, we're now at the information items stage of the agenda, and there are 7 items tonight. And I am going to ask that we see presentations for the first 3 items, and then for the next 3 items that we condense or summarize those items rather than working through the entire presentation. So let's start with the first one, which is the change order for architecture and engineering services at the Career Center. Dr. Murphy, do you want to?
I'll turn to Mr. Bergen for this one, and if you'd like to go right ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. So this item and the one that immediately follows is sort of enables us to keep working at the Career Center site, so I'm hopeful the board views them as favorable. So just as a very brief synopsis, we hired an architect several years ago to work at the Career Center site, and we've been engaging them in the last several years on an as-needed basis to plan for Arlington Tech's expansion. This is just a reminder of a slide that you saw in the previous presentation of the remaining bond funding available. And so what we're requesting as part of the board action is to approve a change order so that we can continue to engage the architect to perform their services at the Career Center site. And the board approval is required because it exceeds 25% of the current contract value. So on this chart, you sort of see a summarized of how we've been engaging with the architect over the past few years. And the specific change order that we're requesting approval from the board on is change order number 4. And it involves 2 components. You heard in the previous presentation, we plan to renovate the kitchen, do some minor construction within the building this summer. So those are design fees to prepare the drawings necessary to do that work. And then secondly, there's also a component of the fee that we're setting aside for future planning. So our recommendations of the board approve the change order as proposed, just over $260,000, and establish sort of a new a line item in the value of $968,000 and change to be the basis of any future change orders. That's a summary of this presentation.
Thank you very much. Board members, do you have questions? And I should have said, I'm sorry, speakers, I should have said at the beginning that all of these are action item, I'm sorry, are information items, and they will come back to us as action items on March 28th?
Yes, sir.
Yes. No, that's the next three. Do we have speakers? No, no speakers. Okay, board members, do you have questions on this?
I don't have questions, but I just wanted to clarify with you, Board Chair. These items that we hear today as a presentation may come back on consent because of the length of our meetings. Is that correct?
They may.
Okay.
I think depending on what kind of input we get from the community on them.
Okay.
You know, if there are, you know, serious
Correct.
questions, objections,
Of course,
something
of
like
course.
that require
But
discussion
assuming
at
we
the
don't
board
hear
table.
anything and we hear it for information tonight, I just want to let the community know that because of the length of our meetings, if we're not hearing feedback, and
Yeah.
they will likely come back for consent.
Likely, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to information item number 2, determination to use construction management at-risk delivery method for Career Center project. Dr. Murphy, back to Mr. Bergen. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. So this information item actually will enable us to hire a build partner for the major expansion of the Career Center site. And the reason we're bringing it to you right now is it takes a long time for us to go through that process. It's a several-month engagement, and we would really like to have the build partner on board when we start the BLPC in September. So similar, in accordance with the VPPA, we're allowed to use the construction management at risk delivery method, and the purchasing agent has sort of made his initial determination, and now we're coming to the board seeking your approval to move forward with the procurement process. But we've used this delivery method successfully at many other schools, which is why we're proposing it for this particular site. And there are a number of advantages. I won't go into greater detail, but in essence, we found the delivery method to be very successful, which is, again, why we're proposing it for this site, especially as you mentioned, Mr. Goldstein, the complexities of everything involved. We really want someone involved as early in the design process as possible to help us either respond very quickly to construction activities and that sort of thing. So our recommendation is that you sort of approve our use of this delivery method and allow us to move forward with the selection process.
Thank you. Are there speakers? No. And board members, do you have questions or comments on this item? Barbara?
Just want to confirm, this is something that this is a step we always have to take with these projects, approving the procurement method?
So there was a recent change to the purchasing resolution that does make that requirement. So initially, our first maybe 3 or 4 CMR projects, we weren't required to come to the board for approval, but it has been a recent revision to that document.
At the state level? Or
I believe
when
it
we
was-
revised our?
Ours is consistent with the state.
I believe it was sort of based around the state guidance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nancy, go ahead.
Okay, so does this project include the build-out of Arlington Tech?
Yes.
Okay, if you go back 2 slides, the amount is $187 million. That doesn't include the $18 million.
That's an astute observation. So our intention is to hire the builder who would work on both projects.
So maybe we need to say that in this. I'm going to be a dog with a bone on this stuff to make sure that I don't miss something again. So if our intent, I don't want to hear 6 months from now, well, this was only for the 800 seats. If it is intended to be for the whole thing, let's say it's for the whole thing, and that you're phasing it, and that this person is doing that, or don't. But let's be clear about what it is.
We'll be happy to make that clarification
That'd be great.
on the 28th.
Very good. That would be great. So it's going to have to come back with clarity. Is that okay, Mr. Goldstein? But it's not going to be on consent, because I'm going to want to see that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay?
So this one will be an action item on the 28th.
Yeah, you'll be coming back with some information, some additional information.
Yes, we'll add that clarification in the presentation, just for the record.
So
So
what
we'll
I'm,
have that on action.
what I'm also looking for is the exact plans for Arlington Tech, not timeframe, but what they're going to be. You know, is this person going to do that, or who else is going to do it?
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Tanya.
This is going to perhaps need further clarification, but I thought I read in a recent presentation somewhere, and I'm sorry, we have had a lot of information provided, so I can't recall, that we have contracted Stan Tech to do the Arlington Tech modifications. Are they on a year-by-year? Can you explain our relationship with Stan Tech, who's currently doing modifications, and how that relates to this, and how it relates to Ms. Van Doren's question? Because we're looking at 2 pots of money for one, and this just supports exactly what Mr. Goldstein just said in his closing remarks. We have 2 pots of funds with one contractor who has done some work and one pending project that's a pause. We're finding a new CMR, which makes sense, but somehow we have to combine this. And I would like clarification as to where we are with Stan Tech. Are we going to have to break a contract?
So when we hired Stan Tech, we hired them to be part of a phased master plan development of the site. At the time we hired them, it only involved the Arlington Tech component, which was at the time 600 seats. Since they're doing work engaged at the site, we'd like to continue that relationship with them for the main project as well.
So we expect them to bid for this. Or you know what, let me stop. I don't understand what the CMR is in relation to Stan Tech. Is Stan Tech a CMR as well?
Stan Tech's the architect.
Okay, Stan Tech's the architect.
They're the designer, and the
Okay.
CMR would be the builder.
I see. That's very helpful. So who's been building the modifications to date?
So far, we've used a series of existing term contracts, and we've also submitted public invitations to bid.
Great. So we do not have a pending standing contract with a builder at this time for the Arlington Tech modifications? We do.
So
We did, but we don't from this point moving forward. In other words, this allows us to be open with, I just think this is very important, because if something comes back later and we don't have that clarification, we want to be supportive of all the work that's moving forward.
When we started the process with Arlington Tech, we did have a CMR.
Okay.
When we paused the project, they were not bidding on projects for us.
Okay.
And we did not know when we would be picking back up with them.
Understood.
So we terminated that contract.
Excellent.
But we kept the contract with the architect because they've been helping us through these summer projects. And that's, and are intending to move forward. They know too much about the facility.
Mr. Chambers, that's an excellent explanation, and it very much clears it up for me, so thank you very much. I'm not sure if it cleared it up for all of it.
Okay, one question from me, and that is that first bullet, that 184.7 million, does that include the 18.75?
So no,
Or-
that was Ms. Van Doren's observation. With her comment, that 187.4 million only includes the additional 800 seats.
Separate from?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay,
So
thank you.
it excludes the bond funding and other funding for the Arlington Tech expansion.
Okay,
And that's the clarification we'll make and provide on the 28th.
okay. Okay, thank you. Moving on, thank you, Ben. Information item number 3, furniture procurement for 2019 school openings. Dr. Murphy?
Yes, we'll go here to Mr. Chambers on this. I also want to thank staff, Dr. Natras, Leslie Peterson, who were instrumental in bringing this item forward. With the many new schools and programs we have opening, we were able to consolidate this bid, and I think you'll see that reflected in the final offer. So, Mr. Chambers?
In summary, we followed it was a collaborative method for us to put this information together with regard to all of our schools. The bottom line is we were looking to get a price for all furniture we were buying, and what we have done has done that, and we have gotten significant discount to do that. And we are currently in scope discussions with Drew and Henry for their furniture, or the furniture that's going to be for those refreshes. Essentially, the major furniture manufacturers are honoring the discount that they're giving us for the first 3 projects for the next year. So any furniture that APS buys is going to be bought at that contract price, which is below the typical contract price we buy because of the volume. But anyhow, we need to seek school board approval for the overall furniture cost and the approach to the contract award. We worked diligently with teaching and learning, finances, everybody, to develop the standard and how we were going to do this. We essentially interviewed a bunch of furniture vendors, and we picked the one we thought was going to best serve us, because they were all using the same or similar state contracts or contracts that we were allowed to purchase from, and then they got discounts beyond that. So we are combining the furniture procurement for those 3 projects that are opening and then getting additional discounts, as I had mentioned. This is where we talked about interviewing the 5 local dealers, and we did get discounts beyond those in the cooperative contracts. Furniture and costs at Fleet, the Heights, are within the original estimate that we had, or budget line items that we had for those projects. The budgets our project managers were carrying. Ham Middle School did exceed the original furniture budget, and that was because we anticipated reusing more furniture than we are because of the modifications in the existing facility. There's more furniture that we didn't anticipate. And we've been able to balance that in the budget with utilizing other line items. So we're not exceeding the budget to get that additional furniture. So the Ham Middle School project will remain within budget. So essentially, this is the Exhibit A. This is the proposed furniture costs. For Fleet, we are looking at $773,672. We have pennies here. I'm not going to read those. And our original budget was $1 million. So we came in significantly under the budget for the furniture for Fleet. For Ham, as I had mentioned, we were slightly over budget. We were at $475,000 is what we were carrying in our budget, and we came in at $555,000. And we did a lot of trimming. We did a lot of work. We actually started much higher than that. I'm not going to tell you what the number was because we had to work through that and change materials or systems and furniture. And it was a long process, but we got there. The Heights, we were looking at $1,165,000 in furniture, and we're currently at $1,016,668. So we're very happy with where we ended up. All of them started higher, but working with teaching and learning, working with finance, everything, we were able to bring all the projects at or below budget, with the exception of Ham, because we added more furniture. So our recommendations, since we are within the current funding approved by the board, there's no change in funding necessary, and we are asking for approval of proposed furniture cost as described in Exhibit A, and for you to authorize staff to approve the individual purchase orders required to procure the furniture. So that's what we'll be coming back with. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Speakers? Oh. Are there speakers? No? No speakers? You want to check again? Board members, do you have questions? Monique?
First off, I just want to say thank you to the staff for working so hard to be as efficient as possible when we are trying to get these buildings in operation. Our budget's tight, and so every bit of money we can save is helpful. Secondly, I wanted to ask, as we work to outfit the Henry building for the Montessori community, I know that they use a lot of low shelves and things that you might not find in a traditional classroom. I want to know if the vendor is going to be able to supply any additional needs there. And if not, do we have some other way to do that that's still within the budget?
We've been working directly with the principal. We're moving all of the furniture that they currently have to this building, and we're going to supplement it and add additional furniture, and the process has worked very well, working with teaching and learning and the principal. So we're fine.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Jeff. And, yeah, probably not, huh? And so the next three items, information items 4, 5, and 6, we're gonna,
I've just asked Mr. Chambers if he might be able to just briefly summarize each of those, and maybe you can just move through each one by item, Mr. Chambers, and just give a snapshot or just a summary overview of kind of where we are. I believe there are presentations that exist on board docs for
Yes.
each of these ones. So if folks want to reference those, or if you want to bring them back at the next meeting, if you don't want to put them on consent, we can do that as well.
Correct.
right, that's a great point, that those documents are there for anybody to examine if they want to see this in greater detail, but we're just looking for a condensed
Yeah, I can just
info item here.
quickly flip through these. I'm not going to read all of the backup information, the summary information, but essentially we are working on the refreshes as we have previously discussed, working on the lighting contract, or the lighting contract has been approved, but essentially what we're doing on each of the projects is lighting replacement, miscellaneous construction, which is going to be a security vestibule, painting, flooring, those types of things on the project. And then, so that included in the additional construction. Then we have soft costs contingencies that we carry on every project, and it's within the budget of the $950,000 that was approved for the refresh. So we're actually tailoring the refresh to the budget. So we're in the process of getting job contracts to do the actual work. So that would be the first one, if we can move to the next one. And this would be the Henry refresh. And again, I'll just go to the same page, but again, it's all the similar information, but we had an $850,000 budget on Henry. So we have all of those bits and pieces, the lighting replacement, the miscellaneous construction, and the soft costs is where the furniture is in both of these. And again, we had $850,000 was the budget set in the CIP, and that's the budget that we're targeting. So again, tailoring the project to meet or be below the budget. And then the final one is an access easement for Dominion. It's again for the electric company to run across the property. It actually has to be signed by the county because we are leasing the land, so it's both boards have to actually act on that. But it's a right-of-way agreement for them to run the permanent power to the switchgear and the transformer for the project. So we're just authorizing the board chair to sign the right-of-way agreement with Dominion Energy, similar to what we just did on Wilson a few weeks ago. And that's it.
Thank you. I forgot to ask for speakers. None. Okay, good. Comments? And likely without any further comment from, questioners or writers or people visiting during open office hours, that we'll see this on the consent agenda on the 28th.
Correct.
Okay? All right. Very good. Thank you. Thanks very much. And the last item is the amicus brief. The Fairfax County School Board is joining the GG versus Gloucester County School Board lawsuit in an amicus position, and has asked our school board if we want to join them in that. We did agree to do this about 2.5 years ago, but the brief that we joined on was different then than it is now. We don't have the details of that right at this moment, but we will be getting it within the next couple of days, and when we have that information, we'll put it on board docs. So I'm just bringing this up as an information item. We will have to vote on this because of the timeline. They want to bring a petition for a summary judgment on March 27th. Our next real board meeting is March 28th. So we're going to have to make a decision before that, which means we're going to have to vote. And so I'd like to take this vote at our March 26th work session, which is not a time where we traditionally do board business, but it is an open board meeting, and so we have that opportunity to do that. So just alerting everybody that what this is and that the detail in this brief is coming, and we'll be able to see more about that and be able to make a decision and vote whether we want to join Fairfax County School Board in this amicus brief. Questions? Speakers? Okay. We're at the new business stage. Does anybody have new business? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you.